Panels are recipes for dysfunction. True. Okay, title changed.
We've got all 2-minute opening statements. Loner Box, Wick, and Professor Meat. Are you guys good?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Wonderful.
Give me a sec. I'm just trying to get it so everyone on my side can see everyone here. So.
All right.
Yeah, same with
And
me.
everyone, tame your OBS
True.
while you have the moment to.
Okay.
There we go. Chat, is audience all balanced? Damn, Shai Hulud, thanks for the $49.99. Appreciate that.
There's too many people to fit in a picture-in-picture.
I think everything.
Who's this?
My end. And I'm sure.
Professor Meat is. What is it?
Been a long time coming, Sunday. We've been trying to get this together for 3 weeks now.
5 years.
You have a very intimidating presence, Wick, so, you know, I need to...
Are their names gonna be upside down? Like,
All right, we're all friends here. Wait, what's the... hold on, fill me in on the context.
are we all friends
How are we
here?
coming in?
Super hard.
Well, we intend to publicly strip
Humiliate.
body and soul down to the metaphysical bones. He will never stream again.
All right, okay, all right. Wick, how do you feel about that?
I am eager for him to try. It's been a while since I've been able to take the gloves off, so to speak.
All friends here, I see.
I actually get to participate in these things. I'm usually so I appreciate you stepping in this role so that I can, as I said, take the gloves off.
True.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay, seriously though.
Because then Meat is a stranger.
Debate topic?
We are debating,
What?
I would presume, whether non-violence or violence in protest or political resistance
Vouch.
are efficacious or ethically permissible.
Okay. All right.
Does that seem
Seems
like a fair
topic.
representation?
Vouch.
Fair enough,
It's
right?
fair enough, me.
I will we'll suss this out in opening statements, I'm sure. But I guess the TLDR it, is political violence acceptable and under what conditions will be?
Oh God.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, whose side would like to go first?
I will go
I
first.
think
Oh, that's a good question.
I will gotta go first.
Or do we have
Yes.
a preference?
well, Bill, I'll just say I'll go first if you want. I'll start this.
Works
Do you
fine.
guys have?
Anyone
Works
has an
fine
issue?
by me.
Yeah.
Suits me just fine.
Cool
Also
to
should-
ping pong the
Yeah,
openers
we should-
back and forth.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So one person from one side goes with their opening statement, and then the next person from another side goes. Does that make sense?
Well,
Yes.
Whatever you
people
wanna
seem to be
do.
confused by this proposal. I didn't see much much comprehension there.
Okay. The proposal.
Okay,
is
hang
that-
on. Sorry. So what's being suggested is that Wick goes first, then someone from our team, then someone from his team, and so on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me write this out so we have it all well in order. So,
What a panel. What a start.
Sunday. And who said they wanted to go first?
Loner box.
Wick wants to go first. Fantastic. So then we'll go Wick, and then who on the other side next?
President Sunday.
Okay, then President Sunday, and then who on Wick's side?
Loner box.
Why don't we just go around
to
the
you,
room like
Loner
Wick, Sunday, Loner, Doe, Meat, and Sirius? It works out.
Does it?
Flip me and serious, and I'm down with it.
Sure. Okay. So me, Sirius, Doe, Wick. I'll do it for you. Professor Meat, Loner Box. Sound good?
No, I was going before Professor Meat.
Heck almighty.
Oh my god.
Why? Okay, we're making this a lot more difficult. Than
It doesn't.
should be.
Uh,
I'm joking. Don't worry.
Okay, okay.
Right.
Sounds great.
Oh my God.
Well,
Whenever you wanna. Yeah.
of course, on your go. Go right ahead.
Fair enough. Okay. So, hi. Today I will be talking about political
This
violence. There has been much to do
this panel has missed my delicate touch.
over the last few years about the efficacy or morality of violence in protests, violence in riots, if you will, and violence in political activism in general. Many people have pointed to the fact that
Many people have
the
said
Black Lives
this.
Matter movement had riots and things like that, and this was, they will quote MLK, riots are the voice of the unheard. Therefore, we shouldn't be telling people how to protest whose rights are being
What?
stripped from them or rights are being taken away from them.
So wait.
Sympathetic to that. However,
So
I believe that if we want
so Wick is pro-violence? Based Wick understands that violence is necessary. Wick.
to see serious change, then the data suggests, and
No, it does not.
can figure this out,
No.
nonviolent civil resistance
If you think that data suggests that, then you're delusional.
is the path forward. I am not here to argue that
Delusional.
violence never works or is never necessary. That's not my argument. My argument is simply that civil resistance is more effective both in democracies and in
That's
authoritarian
delusional.
governments.
I'm sorry.
It has been since post World War II. I think that this is a clear situation where if you want to get change done and accomplished, the best way to do that is through nonviolent means. And I would contrast that with peaceful means, because nonviolence does not mean peaceful. Nonviolent civil resistance does create conflict. It does put pressure on various actors and institutions. Oh,
Coming up.
That's not even true post World War II. Like, there was a lot of change enacted with violence. Like Vietnam. Hello? War in Vietnam. My goodness. I thought people from the US would be familiar with the war in Vietnam, but you know,
I'll
that
just
was
say this.
a change.
Again, if we're serious about
A
wanting
huge
to help
change.
people, achieve political change, nonviolence is what we should advocate for.
Okay. And
My position is that violence has been historically more effective than peaceful means.
rolling to the other team.
I guess I'll just start right now. Thank you, first of all, Vosh, for agreeing to host this.
Vouch.
So I take the question with which tonight's debate is concerned to be twofold: whether nonviolent or violent resistance is more politically efficacious, and whether the use of violence is permissible ethically. The very terms in which both questions are given are highly problematic, and indeed heavily problematized by the literature on political resistance, which, due to the ambiguity inherent in this word violence, is recently moving away from framing such questions in terms of a violence-nonviolence dichotomy, and is rather concerned with differences of outcome between armed and unarmed political resistance. Given such ambiguities, the claim my side has to defend is comparatively modest and easily defended. Whether or not the disciplined avoidance of violence has been efficacious in some case or other, the classic examples being the Satyagraha movement of Gandhi and the civil rights movement, these are not sufficient to take violence off the table in all or even most cases.
True.
For instance, although studies often find that violent resistance can hinder the success of nonviolent movements, leaving aside the ambiguity and inconsistency with which the term violence is treated, this conclusion is frequently arrived at by collapsing the aims of violent fringes, quote-unquote, with that of the larger mainstream movement, potentially erasing the identities and goals of what are in fact distinct movements in themselves. Further, if we consider the success of such movements as those of MLK and Gandhi to be worth the human cost of even some deliberate violence to attain, dogmatically taking violence off the table in all cases would be both anti-pragmatic and unethical. This becomes more obvious when one considers the prior or adjacent violence, which also contributes to political outcomes alongside nonviolent movements. For example,
Nobody will say
national armies with
suffragettes.
the continued domination of India seem increasingly costly and untenable. In short, while nonviolence is of course always desirable, no sane person would advocate on behalf of violence for its own sake. Violence cannot be written off either strategically or ethically without also deciding that the cause of any movement which
20
cannot
seconds.
prevail without violence is de facto forfeit due to an implicit preference for state power. State power, of course, being enforced by definition with violence. Thank you.
All right, and rolling back to the other side.
Loner box.
Professor Me, who would prefer?
I'll go.
All right.
I think one obvious thing is that everyone from any political persuasion does support violence in some form, right? It just depends on where and when and in what context. For example, I think there's always this impression that people give of liberals as being very averse to violence and more pursuing like civility politics and non-violence, but that's not even entirely true. If you look at the Ukraine war, liberals they're a united front on arming the fuck out of Ukraine and pushing Russians all the way out. whereas if you ask people on the left, who you would normally expect to be more violent on that issue, they're like, it's a coin flip of whether or not they're okay with that, or if they want to get Ukraine to cede land in exchange for peace. So it depends on where and when. I think because of what happened on Twitter, though, I was looking at I looked at the whole essay of MLK's letter from Birmingham jail. There's one bit in there that I think is really surprising, not the white moderate bit, but the part where he talks about how he himself...
So the example of Ukraine is not really applicable, since Ukraine is not seeking huge political change. It's extremely unsettling to me how right-wing people who seem to believe not just violence but for suffering and mob justice, the whole throw them in with true.
He's rejecting the claim that he's an extremist because he talks about how he himself feels like he has to be a moderating voice between complacency on one end of the black community and violence on the other, being the Nation of Islam and black nationalists. And he even says that he's really concerned that if the black nationalist movement grows, then America would descend into a racial nightmare, is what he says. And if you look at MLK's activism, it's like he was incredibly strict and very, very nuanced in his political tactics. He even after they would first exhaust all negotiations with legislators in their particular states that they were going for, and then after that, if that failed, they would go through what was called self-purification, where they would drill people down on the ethics of nonviolence, the morality of it, the pragmatism of it. They would pack knives and weapons from protesters before marches to make sure that no one lashed out. And if you look at that, those 10 years from 1955 to 65, they achieved more in that period than in the 100 years before that. And all those groups, NAACP, SNCC, CORE, SCLC, they all did it by adhering to nonviolence. So, yeah.
Okay. And
I mean, the suffragettes got rights for women via violence, and the suffragettes got more than other groups did for, 500 years or more. So, yeah, I don't know. Weak argument. That's weak.
Sunday, we're getting some noise from your mic.
Oh, are you? I'll mute
Yes.
myself.
Is it me?
You're looking for?
I believe it was Sunday's mic, or maybe it wasn't. Well, whatever the case. Doe or Sirius, whoever prefer.
All right, I'm next up. All right.
Okay.
So, when debating the question of nonviolent resistance, its proponents tacitly assume the role of event organizer, where they're in full control of the tactics used by a social movement. They tend to think in terms of efficiency, a logic of getting the most out of every movement action. However, this sort of thinking tends to miss the organic and unplanned nature of violent action. Whether we like it or not, violence will always be a part of every social movement. The question, then, should be how we think and talk about violence amongst ourselves and to the public. While scholars are often split on the outcomes of violent action, finding differential positive and negative effects depending on the study or classification of violence, one thing they tend to agree on is the fact that what people perceive as violent is highly dependent on the nature of the protest movement and the way it's framed by those who talk about it. Studies consistently find that the framing of a protest event as violent will lessen support for the cause it represents, regardless of the actual nature of the protest. The same event can engender either positive or negative attitudes depending on if it's contextualized as violent. Moreover, scholars consistently find that the perception of nonviolence is dependent on the composition of the protest movement. In the American context, racial minorities are the primary.
Sirius has a good opening.
Mostly of racial minorities are more likely to be seen as violent, even when people are assured that the protests were peaceful. All this is to say that as members of a given social movement, the question of tactical efficacy is almost irrelevant. Tactics emerge outside of any single person's control. In the event of such violence, then, our energy should not be put towards policing our own, but towards seizing and reframing the narrative. Once you've allowed your opposition, those with all the power, to set the
20
terms
seconds.
of engagement, you've lost. It is neither just nor efficient to allow oppressors to dictate the terms of oppression.
Okay, thank you. Up next, Professor Meek.
What's up, y'all? Doesn't seem like the efficacy of violent protests is taken too seriously in academia, which, to be fair, is some of the criticisms of
That's not true.
that was in the sort of Steelmanning paper.
That's absolutely not true.
What little evidence I could find has a variety of like pretty major flaws that makes it mostly irrelevant as far as I can tell at best. And even then,
I just finished reading a whole history written by a serious historian about the history of women, and I assure you, the efficacy of violence within the suffragette movement is treated quite seriously. So that's not true at all. That's not true.
doesn't really support even if I disregard that the evidence that I can find doesn't really support the conclusion. As far as
Historians actually treat it quite seriously.
one of the most fundamental like building blocks of society that
Oh my god.
like one of the most fundamental appeals of a society, of a civilization, is the idea that
Civilization.
the fear of people coming along and saying we're gonna fuck your shit up if you don't give us what we want. That's a little crude way of saying it, but I don't really I think that people don't want to live in that world, whether or not they even realize it. I think we
That's
tend to intellectualize this issue in a way that sort of makes it
that's very naive. I'm gonna be honest.
really, when I imagine people in the population, I don't really see these people that would be moved by violent protest. I don't really see, even the most fearful among us are more likely to go save me daddy government than to say we'll give these people what they want so that we're going to stop.
And yet women have rights, women can vote, so that's a empty argument. And you know what? This society criticized the suffragettes, mocked the suffragettes. Who cares? Nobody cares about society mocking or disagreeing. Yeah, true.
And even if you're going to argue that
I think Professor, I think the meat person is the weakest link. I'm gonna be honest.
attention to your cause, I don't really see that as a justification for violence, even if it's true in practice, because it seems more like a justification for laziness. Because all that tells me
Laziness.
is that it doesn't seem to me there to be any reason to believe that violence is the only way to gain attention to your cause. So it seems to me that if that's a justification, not to put words in anyone's mouth, that's merely a reason that movements ought to be, that otherwise might be violent, ought to be more creative.
More creative. This is so stupid.
20 seconds.
Beyond reproach if it wishes to best succeed. If you're trying to dissolve or overthrow an authority or a government, then obviously, like in the case of an actual revolution, violence makes sense. But outside those bounds, I don't think violence is sort of antithetical to sensible protest, as far as I can tell.
Okay.
This was horrible.
And now finally,
That was the worst one.
Proponents of nonviolence are almost universally not proponents of nonviolence. They are instead majority-minded people who see democracy itself as a greater goal than the plight of any oppressed minority peoples. Martyrdom is the nonviolence dogmatist's path towards justice, especially martyrdom of others. Oppressed peoples are made to play the role of martyr, submit to oppression publicly until the
True. Oh my gosh. Doe is about to spit some facts.
majority's mind is changed. Justice is made when the majority changes its legal structures.
True.
Liberal theorists on civil disobedience tell us how much more important it is that the authority structures of the majority are not threatened than the suffering of oppressed peoples defending themselves.
True.
Oppressed peoples should be more thoughtful about the sensibilities of the majority, they say, or else is implied. This is not a politics of nonviolence. This is a politics of our violence. The most obvious
Agreed.
place to see this at play is in the research done into nonviolent resistance. Despite whatever other problems that arise in trying to delineate violence from nonviolence, damage to property is treated as violence consistently throughout these studies, leaving the construction of property completely out of the frame. the construction of a world by those in seats of power, like strapping murderous highways across every nation, forcing the majority of people to become reliant on cars, machines which poison the air and slaughter 3,700 people and over 1 million vertebrate animals a day, are treated as non-violent, completely neutral acts.
True.
This is the false thesis. We do not see the sensibilities of the majority as a worthy metric for justice, and as such, our allegiance cannot be to non-violence, legalist structures.
We need to talk to Doe. Somehow, some way, we need to talk to Doe. We need this to happen.
Or any other political technology deployed to privilege some over others. Our allegiance remains to justice, and it is not just to dogmatically let the innocent get abused.
I would, I guess we're doing opens now. You just kind of go with it.
Yeah.
Very quickly
Okay,
before you
can
go,
I go
Wick.
before you?
Hang on. I've got one for Vosh. Professor
Well,
Mead.
I've got.
No,
one
but
from
it's a
me.
technical issue. Professor Mead is
Technical
very
thing. Okay, technical. Right. Go ahead.
yes.
Technical.
Professor Mead is very quiet. Is there any way you can boost your volume?
Damn, Somniostatic, you were right.
As for everyone talking, 3v3 is a lot of people. Try not to shout over each other too much. If
I will shout over all of you.
doing turns, but ideally,
There is no ideal. The ideal is dead.
go on
Yeah,
ahead.
I'll just real quick, like
The ideal is dead.
I want to touch on that. So there are two things that were said that I want to touch on briefly. The first is Sirius. I'll go in the order. Sirius mentioned
Social justice.
a lot of the problems with violence is it happens organically. It's not organized. It just
Also, nobody here actually addressed the fact that violence also includes self-afflicted violence. Like, part of the strategy of the suffragettes was actually to self-afflict violence. True. And nobody sort of mentioned that.
kind of happens. You can't really control it. I think that's one of the main issues with violence and violent protests, and is because we know that organization wins in these cases. The more organized, the more tactical, the more coherent a group or a advocacy, minority or whatever is, the more likely they are to succeed. And what violence is, it's a poor tool of communication. No one really knows what you're trying to say.
That's actually not true at all. Actually, violence is an extremely good tool of communication, believe it or not. Which was it was made evident by the suffragettes. Yeah, of course, it's actually a very effective way of communication.
Seeing is the big explosions or the bloody noses. And this is why, again, while it might not be just that people have to suffer, it's reality. And
So
this
the-
What?
Okay, so this is what we do
Oh, come on.
happens in a protest movement.
It is what it is?
condemn it vociferously.
Is this really Wick's? Oh, God. It is what it is. People have to suffer. This is... Okay. Wick is taking the crown of the stupidest speaker from Professor Meat person. Like, what? What am I hearing? What is this?
Why?
Yeah. Why? That seems like a waste of our resources. Like, are we gonna go out on the streets and protest the protesters? It seems like our resources are better spent reframing the narrative so that people don't see it as violent.
mean, typically the leaders would just, when they've got the next chances, they would say they condemn the riots. I mean, even Language of the Unheard, in that speech, he condemns violence. Like it's not like you have to make a new protest against it.
You are presuming, though, the presence of an extremely charismatic and influential individual who is capable of actually rallying an entire protest around a single program. When you're not in that kind of situation, it seems to me that you do, in fact, end up simply protesting the protest again, undercutting the momentum of whatever they both have in common.
If you're talking civil rights, that's not entirely the case, because it wasn't just MLK and the SCLC, right? It was also the NAACP, it was the SNCC, it was CORE, it was most of them, right? It was most of these organizations. Some of them did flip towards like a self-defense approach, which is more nuanced, but yeah, they were mostly
well, you clearly have a much more
nuanced.
You clearly have a much more developed understanding of the details of that case than I do. But be that as it may, nonetheless, in the absence of these, you still find yourself in that situation. If you don't have organizations with legitimacy and this sort of unitary pull to kind of adhere a multifaceted, widespread group.
I think part of this so I can understand why. So how do you expect that organization in a movement that erupts? But yeah, I mean, organization can also sort of erupt spontaneously. It's not super mutually exclusive.
Group to a single program of action, discipline in nonviolence becomes impossible. And so as a consequence of this, when a violence inevitably occurs, if you actually allocate all of your resources towards protesting that, you've undercut the momentum of your movement. There's no way around that.
Yeah.
I think
Well, even if we were to accept theoretically, right, this idea that like, which I mean I think is sort of inevitably true. Like even for my side's belief system, if we were to say that, well, let's just convince everyone that they weren't actually violent. Well, sure, I'm sure that would, like, even according to our worldview, of course that would increase support for it. But doesn't that?
Nobody needs to be. Keep in mind, and this is something nobody's, maybe apart from Doe, touching upon. Violence is not something that people need to be persuaded to. Violence is not something that people need to be talked into. Violence is what happens when the last straw has been had. Violence is when the camel's back has been broken. Violence is when people are pushed to their limit and can stand no more. This is when people resort to violence and people fight for what they want. Okay? Like women tried very calmly, very rationally, write about their rights, debate their rights, and it never worked. And then violence happened and voila, somehow it manifested. People must suffer while we wait for the perfect opportunity. I think those was the best opening.
That seems to me that, regardless of whether or not it's the case, it seems to me that is simply another reason why more peaceful protests would be better.
Well, there's a flip side. There's a flip side to this that you're very quickly, and then I'll let you go. There's a flip side to this that you're not considering, and that's that even in the event of quote-unquote nonviolent protests and the studies that you could refer to in order to determine whether or not nonviolent versus violent quote-unquote protests are more efficacious, oftentimes
Keep in mind that, like, I'm not sure if President Sunday is about to say this, but as I've said before, violence is not usually the first option. Violence usually happens when the peaceful protest doesn't work time and time and time again. That is usually when the violence starts erupting, when people feel like unless violence will be done, nothing will ever change. What do you think why do you think violent protests erupt in the first place? I agree with those sentiment that inaction in the face of other people's suffering is ineffective and true. Yeah.
Constitutes a violent or a non-violent protest is itself radically determined on whether or not, for example, they can people doing the study consider armed versus unarmed to be the distinguishing factor between violent versus non-violent.
True.
Or whether, for example, windows being targeted versus persons being targeted indicates violent versus non-violent. And the bare fact of one or two people out of a crowd of 100,000 smashing a window somewhere can be taken up by the media and used to color a completely peaceful protest, a completely non-violent protest, as violent nonetheless. And so either way, you still find yourself in the reverse situation, in which a non-violent protest can be very easily manipulated optically to look like a violent protest, regardless of how disciplined it actually is. And indeed, this did happen with MLK's protests too.
Well,
doesn't that back
Did
up?
MLK make his job easier by being disciplined with his people? Wasn't that
again?
why he preached discipline? Like MLK preached and prepared, spent
Okay.
so much effort in organizing basically extremely disciplined protesters.
Well, it's a bit
Now,
more.
you
It's a bit
obviously-
more. It's a bit more complicated than that. He didn't just organize discipline and nonviolence with his protesters. He also orchestrated the protests, and this is one of the reasons why Malcolm X detested MLK. He also orchestrated a situation in which the most innocent of his protesters, including children, would be in direct confrontations with the police and result in an appalling display to horrify the public. So it's a bit
Isn't
more.
he just putting something on display that's already happening in that state, though?
No,
No,
putting
no,
putting the
he was
children in the
creating-
front lines.
He was creating the conditions for that violence to be put on display. Like that was
Yeah,
part
for it
of
to be
the
put on
explicit.
display.
No, but that was part of the explicit strategy. Was to it was a martyrdom strategy where you go out there and you get beat up in order to draw sympathy towards your cause. That
It was a
but
martyrdom
this is,
strategy, but it wasn't passive. Sorry, Lorna Box.
No, but you're referencing Project C, where they wanted to fill up. It was Bull Connor in Birmingham. They wanted to fill up his jail with kids. I'm pretty sure King objected to that, but it was adopted anyway. But yeah, you're right. Like they did basically say go and confront very racist and very aggressive cops and just let them hit you. But I think their tactic as well was they would specifically get the more seasoned like veterans of the movement to stand in front so they could
True.
absorb the blows. So this whole thing about like throwing kids is maybe a little bit like that was like that. I think that happened once. It was even very controversial within the movement.
So I think we're talking around the issue here, and that is of organization. Yes, if your movement is disorganized and has no central leadership and no central kind of drive, it's less likely to succeed, whether it's violent or not. It just is, right? There are so many benefits to having a coherent community coalesce around a single banner, basically, even if it's multiple groups. This can't be understated. And violence, to be clear, is divisive in that way. It will automatically gatekeep who can participate in the protest.
You're not.
Keep people
I
out.
don't think that that's true, Wick, because from what I've read, it seems like violence offers another alternative way of expressing discontent.
Rosh is good at generating discussion that isn't completely worthless every time. True.
That isn't available to a lot of people. Like a lot of people don't have the time or energy to join like a disciplined protest movement, but they might have the time to like get off and like go out onto the
That
streets to
doesn't
riot
work
just
if
on
you
one day.
aren't strong, if you aren't able to enact violence, and most people aren't. Let's be clear: kids, elderly, these people, generally.
Why would kids and elderly protest? You know that you do realize that the police sometimes gets violent even with non-violent protests, right? Why would you put kids and the elderly in protests? This is what? What? I don't get it. Wick needs to explain this to me.
Can't do violence on the same level that I could. Or
I mean,
less-
so long.
Oh yeah,
so long as
pregnant
destruction of
woman.
Property is considered violent. I'm pretty sure each one of those can sabotage plenty of
True.
things without much effort.
Well, Wick, you seem to have this conception of an effective violent
then they have to
protest.
be-
No, hang on. You seem to have this notion of an effective violent protest.
Also, young people and elderly, all they have to do to enact violence, they could harm themselves. Once again, the suffragettes harmed themselves. They threw themselves under, under cars and, well, maybe not cars then, it was chariots. They threw themselves under chariots. So the suffragettes didn't even enact violence on others. They enacted violence on themselves in protest. So there are many different types of violence. Yeah, with BLM, black people try to do things peacefully. Black people try to use legal means, and cops got away with killing innocent people. Try to kneel during the national anthem. Were called unpatriotic, and the concerns were ignored. After a certain point, violence is an inevitability. True. So,
as being like the 300 Spartans at the front line of a rally in the street. But violent protest incorporates more than just actually going fisticuffs with the cops toe to toe, right? So, for example, Gandhi's Satyagraha movement, I can never bloody pronounce that, was itself committed to nonviolence, but it was massively aided by the fact that the Indian National Army was also bombing and assassinating the British during that entire time, making the holding of India seem increasingly unpopular. That aided in the efficacy of Gandhi's movement. Now that
you can point to one-offs where that might be true, but I'm talking in general. We're talking about generality.
No, but the generality
No,
is on my
even-
side.
Yeah, even in general,
No.
Erica Chenoweth, who is your primary source, Chenoweth. She recently wrote a paper where she said that violent flanks of the movement have mixed effects. That it isn't just straightforwardly about positive or negative. That there's both positive and negative effects
Right.
to having a a violent but unarmed section, which is what riots are. Riots are violent but unarmed.
So the problem here.
Yeah, you don't need to be armed to
when you
enact
want a
violence.
movement to succeed,
True.
right? Whether it be in an authoritarian regime, such as Balkans or things like that, with the butcher of the Balkans, Milosevic was his name, right? Very violent, very repressive regime there. And then we have democracies such as America, right, back in the 60s and even today. In both cases, what violence does is it keeps people from participating because so many people are just naturally, instinctually, intuitively disinclined to do violence towards the people around them.
Oh my god. Now I wish I was in that panel, unironically. Like, violence does not need to be enacted to the people around you. Like, once again, for the millionth time, I'm giving you the example of suffragettes that harmed themselves as part of the protests. And it made a shocking it made a shocking effect in society. So here you go.
It's the natural state. And so
Well,
when
again-
you see people getting, when you come across a person, you have no context, you don't know what's going on, you see one person beating.
This is so naive.
Most people's instinct are to defend the person who's being beat up. Whether or not the person deserved getting hit, that doesn't come into play. We don't know. We don't see. So when we talk about framing narratives, you're right that
This
there
is such a narrow
are
view.
folks out there who will frame anything.
This is such a narrow view on violence, by the way. I suppose even if you're not on a panel, you can make a broader opinion piece on political violence. True. Like, I think both books about sex work and the history of women touched upon the suffragettes who used violence, and the authors sort of mocked the anti-violence side in their books. So saying that academia does not treat this seriously is just ridiculous.
Thing is violent, no matter how small, how limited, anything like that. But it does us no service to stand in front of a burning building and preach how things are mostly peaceful. That was a gift to the people against your movement. It was a gift to the people who oppose what you want to see. And we can't let that happen.
That's actually irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
We just have to call balls and strikes. And if things are violent, we condemn it. And when things
No, that's
aren't,
stupid.
we say, no, you're wrong. But people have to trust us. And right now they don't.
And the thing with BLM, though, you were talking about the idea of having to have like very seasoned.
There were many movements who were condemned by society and yet they succeeded. So approval of society is actually also irrelevant.
Protesters to make sure that it stays very like well behaved. But like BLM protesters were not like well trained, but they were mostly peaceful. And also, how many videos did we watch of antagonists within BLM protests trying to instigate violence, even that weird guy with the fucking black over his head who was smashing those windows, and everyone tried to stop him. Like, that's what they mean, but that's what if I say condemning violence within your movement, that's what I mean, right? Like, just you see it, you stop it, and definitely don't like try to adopt it as a strategy unless you're in like fucking South Africa or something, you know, when it's like
Like, if I were to be actually mean, I would ask, okay, then, what big strides have the peaceful BLM movements made? What was the big victory that the non-violent BLM protest won? Like, this is a big question that somebody on this panel should unironically ask. What was the big victory won by the non-violent protest of BLM? Was there any? Like, it just stopped, didn't it? Was there any big political victory of the non-violent protest? Because if they're gonna give that as an example of mostly non-violent protest, I would remind that the topic is the efficacy. It's like how violence or non-violence brings about results. What were the results of the mostly non-violent BLM protests? Because if we didn't have any results, then that's not really a strong point against violence, is it? There are many different ways. There were actually volunteers that provided food, etc. It was a whole thing, if I remember
when
correctly.
everything else has been exhausted.
So wait, that one guy that people tried to stop, should they physically try to stop him?
Maybe, yeah.
So
Or
they
just
should
gather
use
around him,
force
film him.
themselves?
Well, it depends
Yeah.
on the context. If he's like beating up
Depends.
babies, yeah, stop.
If he's hitting, if he's maybe smashing up windows, just like film him, catch him doing it, try to identify him for the.
So just to be clear,
Wait,
you
wait,
you
you wanna
hang on.
Identify protesters?
No, just very quickly. So just to be clear, you guys are entirely in line with protesters engaging in violence, provided it is only targeting people who are identified as other protesters.
That's
But
not true at
we
all.
think totally differently about defensive violence versus
that is-
escalating to violence, right?
What it is violence. Like if I forcibly stop somebody from smashing a window, that is violence. You can.
That's it's
Well,
a
Uh-oh.
different
We also would-
scale.
if
There's
people
a.
start-
Do you not just let me quick? Serious. Do you not understand the difference between someone hitting someone in the face and someone stopping someone from hitting someone? in the
Wait.
face?
Can I ask?
Oh no! In
can
this
you-
case,
wait.
it would actually be. Oh, actually, Doe, you can go. You can go.
I was gonna say, can you see the difference between like cars murdering a million vertebrates every single day and someone, I don't know, what's a number of things you could do? Sabotaging a car plant, what's
Yes,
the...
blowing up a car plant is more violent than a car existing.
I didn't
It's
say
will- I will bite
sabotaging.
that
Hold on,
bullet.
I didn't say blowing up. I didn't say blowing
Yeah.
up. I said
Sabotage.
sabotage.
Oh my gosh.
Sabotage is very, very, very. There's a
Wick.
large range of things you can do, but like,
Wick, you've played too much Final Fantasy VII, okay? Oh my god, we're not blowing up reactors here.
so murdering animals, just like 3,700 people every day, murdering them is less violent than stopping a car company from producing cars.
Just to come back to the question about the guy smashing windows, I think what was the most common thing to respond to that was basically people just let them know that they were on their own, that they didn't represent the movement. It was showed on camera to show the public that this isn't like what we're for, and then the person fucked off and they would just boo them or something. That was like,
That's
the most common.
look.
I saw.
That's fair, and I don't think any of us would contend against, for example, a protest maintaining some level of order or standards of conduct within their group. But when we're talking about directing your attention towards condemning protest violence, we're not talking about one or two people, which will exist in every single movement or can be projected to exist in every single movement, regardless of the explicit policy, no matter how carefully it's enforced within the movement. We're talking about other movements that are alongside
Wick.
that are engaging in different strategies. So, for example, there is one movement that is dogmatically against any kind of physical altercation, even in self-defense. That'd be the MLK strategy. There's another one that's like, well, no, if the cops bash against us, we bash them back, we maintain our bodily integrity, etc., etc. If you direct your resources against that group, you're effectively giving propagandistic fodder to the other group, which can then paint the movement as a whole as intrinsically violent, except for some of the good ones. You see the problem?
So the problem is, at least in the MLK movement, right? If we're
Why are you only talking about that?
because they're most familiar with it. But we have data.
Is the MLK movement the only movement people in the US know? This is why we need more different, I don't know, different voices in those panels. Like, do people only know one movement in the history of ever?
To suggest that even when violence was started by the police, and then
Jesus.
people simply fought back, that still ended
Give
up
me different,
a wash. In a
give me a different example. I wasn't about any movements except that. Like, give me different examples. Come on. Is the title of this panel was MLK's movement violent or not? Or was MLK's movement based or not? What is this? Is this secretly the topic? MLK's movement based or not? Haven't heard anyone bring up suffragettes since like high school for me. Until you started bringing them up. Suffragette movement is barely even mentioned in the US. Like, I could actually bring up the Polish Solidarity movement. Like, at least that's a thing that I could bring to the table in a debate / panel like this. Like, come on, is the whole thing just gonna be about MLK and nothing else? Like, you should have a plurality of examples. Wasn't thought about women's rights fight at all, or labor. Literally nothing but MLK was the good one. Anyway, moving on. Especially not as violent. What about Stonewall? We've got Stonewall. Wasn't Stonewall a big protest? Oh God, there were protests in the US. Come on.
effectiveness, and people tend to decide with the state. Just that's the
All right, wasn't that a big protest? My goodness. You cannot create an argument around whether or not violence or non-violence are effective if you're just gonna take one movement as a case study. You need more than one, right? You need more than one case study to analyze to answer the question on whether or not violence is effective or not. Because if you only analyze one case, that one case might very well be an exception to a rule or something. Like, why would you do that? Like, I'm hoping to hear some more different examples soon.
their bias, right? And we can say that's not fair, that's not just. I agree, but that's generally what happens. And I think most of what we're going to get to here is the other
Where are you
side
getting
is
that
saying,
from,
well,
Lee?
I can give you a source, right? But it was a study done in very recently, basically, that showed that basically the riots led to the election of the 68 riots specifically.
The civil rights
the
movement isn't a
election
great
of
example simply for the reason that
Richard Nixon.
the Civil Rights Act was being tied up for years before Kennedy was assassinated. And then a more savvy politician in Lyndon B. Johnson came in and managed to get it pushed through.
What do you mean it was being tied up?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
He was
Kennedy introduced it in the same year he was killed. No.
No, not unless I'm very mistaken. I can double
He
check
took it to
that.
Congress in '63, right?
He took it to Congress in '63, but the historical record, I believe, is that Lyndon B. Johnson was actually successful in pushing it through, and that it was being tied up by the Democrats at the time. I'd have to get the particulars though, so I'm going to claim the same thing that Wick just did.
Okay.
Yeah. Either way, I think that what we're going to get to here is a difference in.
He was incredibly homophobic in 90s and
what the world is.
2000. I didn't hear about Stonewall many years
We're
later.
able to suss out the nuance of violence in an event and understand that not everyone who is being violent is necessarily in the wrong, but that's not the world we actually live
My
in. The world
God.
we actually live in, people abhor violence. They want stability more than anything else. And when you threaten that stability, or you appear to threaten that stability, they are going to largely side against you. So what you need to do is to demonstrate that the people you are going against are the ones that are threatening your stability. And the best way to do that, like it or not, is the martyr strategy. It is to have people beat you up, get shown on
Okay,
TV.
so
Status quo, please. Is Siakao? Yes, yes. The answer is yes.
sorry to
So
That's just
Hold on,
what
just-
wins.
Also, I managed to achieve the good ending for Siegfried. In the canon ending, Siegfried gets taken over by the sword and becomes Nightmare. Just so you know, we've chosen the good ending of destroying the cursed sword and not becoming a demon. And now he apologizes for killing his own father.
cut off this Braveheart speech, but very quickly. So it seems like what actually happened was Kennedy had this referred to the Rules Committee. Lyndon B. Johnson had this brought before the Senate.
Stability.
That was the key difference here. So Johnson made a different move than Kennedy did, which
Suffer for the stability. You must suffer for the stability. It's your
resulted
duty.
in the bill actually being pushed into effect, as opposed to being held up in debate.
And I think also Lyndon B. Johnson had a massive majority when he ran on civil rights, because by
Yes.
that point, support for civil rights, I think it was like in the 50s, I think 20% of Americans.
Come on.
Biggest issue in America, but then by Lyndon Johnson, it was like more than half because of what they were seeing happening in the South.
So
Because
I
of
want to
all
Hold on,
the
wait, really
images of
quick.
the cops. Yeah.
Loner box, really quick. Previously, did you say that in Letter from a Birmingham Jail, Martin Luther King Jr. condemned the riots, the violence?
No, it's not in language of the unheard. He condemns violence in a lot of places. So yeah.
Oh, I could
Okay, well,
speak to
just
the
in the
letter.
middle, just in the middle of Letter from a Birmingham Jail, he says, in your statement, you assert that our actions, even though peaceful, must be condemned because they precipitate violence. But is this a logical assertion? Isn't this like condemning a robbed man because his possessions of money precipitated the evil act of robbery? Isn't this like condemning Socrates because his unswerving commitment to truth and his philosophical inquiries precipitated the act by the misguided populace in which they made him?
Uh-oh.
Isn't this like condemning Jesus because his unique God consciousness and never ceasing devotion to to God's will precipitated the evil act of crucifixion?
I can say, yeah, I know that, but you're referring. What actions is he referring to that they're condemning? He's not referring to violence.
Let me
What
read you
actions is he
another
referring
quote.
to?
Let me read you another quote
violence.
from the letter from Birmingham
yeah.
Jail. He says, I started thinking about the fact that I stand in the middle of two opposing forces in the community. One is a force of complacency made up of, I'm not going to use that word, who, as a result of long years of repression, have been so completely self-drained of self-respect and sense of
Let them
self-awareness.
fight.
And then
True.
one of bitterness and
Preach.
hatred, and comes perilously close to the advocating of violence. It is expressed in the various black nationalist groups that are springing up over the nation, the largest and best known being Elijah Muhammad's Muslim movement. The movement is nourished by the contemporary frustration over the continued existence of racial discrimination. So yes, he does condemn the
No,
violence.
yeah, this isn't even a debate. Of course, he condemned violence of the protesters. When he's talking about they precipitate violence, he's talking about the strategy, which was to go and get the shit beaten out of you by cops. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, the
Am I wrong?
disagreement that he has with the moderates are that violence will not ensue.
What, was I wrong about that or what?
No, you're right.
Okay,
I'm
thanks.
not disagreeing with that.
What were you getting at me for then?
I asked I asked and double checked, but I'm
Okay, cool.
this bit here. I'm sorry. This bit here is he. I'm sorry. Never mind. Honestly, I don't care about this.
I can clarify. He's talking about precipitating violence in the sense that, yes, they did want the
Right.
cops to react to them violently, because when they
Yes.
didn't, when they went to Albany, the sheriff there was very strategic. They were very calm with the protesters, and then basically they left with nothing. So when they went to Birmingham, where Bull Connor was a fucking psycho, they knew that getting the cops to
Oh, whoa. Wait, hold on. The cops were nice and the protesters went back with nothing. Wait, hold on. Wow, it almost feels like when protests are just calm, the people in charge just treat you nice but give you nothing. Interesting. Interesting how that works. That if you don't fight for what you want or need, then those in charge will nicely turn you away. Isn't that interesting, huh? How that works. And how that's been working for throughout history. Huh.
Would look very good in the press, it would look very good internationally, and it would like bring civil rights to the forefront.
Right.
It's almost like when people don't fight for what they want, those who are in charge and uphold the status quo don't have any, incentive to enact any change. Huh. Interesting.
But
So it's the
they're
violence of the
intentionally-
cops.
So wait,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
If I can suggest a redirection, and this might actually be a more productive conversation as opposed to simply
Please.
there seems to be an
Running
intrinsic.
away from the topic at hand. Okay.
Oh, not actually. I'm actually going directly towards
Wick,
your
behave
approach.
yourself.
The assumption
Wick, behave
that
yourself.
the opticality to a general public is critical to the success of a social movement sort of presumes that social movement, or the group that constitutes a social movement, for example, if it's a case of an ethnic group asserting its rights against the broader majority, that group has to not be held in contempt in the first place. There is a long history of social movements of oppressed ethnic groups, so on and so forth, that is simply never recorded. This is one of the things I bring up in my opening statement when I talk about there's a bit of a survivorship bias going on here, in which we count the successful movement as representative of all of the quote-unquote violent fringes that may themselves have common cause with the mainstream movement, but are actually have their own discrete goals and values and constitution, et cetera, that are nonetheless sort of disappeared because, well, this movement succeeded, therefore they were just lucky enough to succeed along with them, despite the fact that they chose a losing
Do
strategy.
you not
Yeah.
think
And
that? Do you
it-
not think
oh.
even just real quick,
Yes.
even in a because I take issue with the foundation of your statement here.
Really?
So let me simply ask that: do you not think that people's perceptions of a group can be changed? So even if a group is despised, do you not think that over time and with effort, that the public perception of that despised group can
Yeah, just like women did. Oh, wait. It didn't work at all.
be changed in a more positive direction?
Well, the public perception of a
It's irrelevant. I'm gonna be honest.
overt oppression people are comfortable with, say for the example in a group that has been enslaved for a significant amount of time,
Right.
that group's perception is not going to be changed by that group more quietly accepting their oppression or being more
True.
passive towards it. There's going to be some kind of instigating factor that
There's a
causes an
difference
explosion of
between
attention to it.
Accepting your oppression and then being violent. Civil resistance is resistance.
Oh,
You
I
are
strongly
resisting
disagree. I strongly
your
disagree.
oppression. You are resisting
An
your
active
oppression.
resistance- an
You're
active
just not doing
resistance-
it through blowing things up.
Well,
or
no.
beating
An
things up.
active resistance is itself intrinsically violent, and if you are choosing,
Come on, no,
wait.
no,
Yes.
But MLK's, well then, but then weren't all
I
of
believe so,
MLK's
yeah.
disruptive protests, sit-ins. Were
well, I mean, this
these
is
a
this
violent
is
now?
this is Wick's thesis. He was very careful to say that a nonviolent protest does not indicate a peaceful protest, right?
Well, I
does
think
not.
Wick would agree with me on this. He's welcome to correct me, but I think Wick would agree with me that these are examples like MLK's protests. I know that these are easy examples to point to, but these are
They
examples of
represent a
protests that were
direct
very-
challenge. They represent a direct existential challenge to the way of life of Americans at the time.
Yeah, but
Well,
the
they were
problem is
loud
that
and
no one.
disruptive, but not violent.
The problem is that no one. The problem is that no one defines violence in this way outside of people who are trying to impress their first-year sociology teacher. It's like when you look at fucking, if you look at any of the academic literature in this, when they say MLK was non-violent, they're not saying he was like law-abiding, well-behaved. Yeah, he broke the law fucking loads. He deliberately got himself arrested, but they still class him as non-violent, right? When we say violence, I think we mean generally. Most people think destruction of property or physically attacking people. That's what.
Oh! Okay. Interesting, Loner Box. Interesting. Destruction of property or attacking of other people. So when a suffragette threw herself under a chariot, and as long as the chariot would be undamaged, that was a form of a peaceful protest. Got it. Thank you. What? If a person sets themselves on fire in protest, which actually happens a lot. I'm pretty sure there are people setting themselves on fire when it comes to the Tibet, right? When it comes to people that protest what's happening in Tibet, right? Like, is that non-violent? Is that a non-violent form of protest? Setting oneself on fire? What is the standard that we're trying to set here? Either the destruction of property or attacking someone else. Like, no, that's not a thumbs up moment, Wick. Yeah, it is.
Well, that's sort of immaterial because the literature that's going to give you the information about whether or not nonviolent versus violent protest is more effective is not going to be using that late definition. It's going to be referring to
often are.
whether or not
They do, though.
It's going to be referring to whether or not
They
they were
sometimes
armed,
do. They
whether or
don't
not they
always.
targeted, for example, property as opposed to persons. And by the way, some of the literature is very interesting. They have definitions.
I've seen firefighters do that as a sign of protest. Or, okay, I'm gonna go even. I'm gonna go to even a more. I'm gonna go to a more blurry example, okay? I would say it is. I mean, it's self-violent, but I think violent protest is outwardly aggressive, not self-destructive. Oh, sure, I thought of the Tibetan monks. Right. Okay. Hunger strike. Violent, non-violent. Is a hunger strike violent or non-violent in your opinion? Not refusing to eat and drink. Is that violent or not violent? Is that a peaceful protest? A hunger strike. Occupying a building and refusing to eat. Okay. That's a bit interesting to me. Interesting.
That you would find sort of unintuitive. For example, they assume that media coverage of broken windows will tend towards an understanding of a movement as nonviolent versus attacks on persons, which they will identify as being more violent. But when you actually look at the coverage of the BLM riots and protests that characterized them as violent, the thing they pointed to primarily, with the exception of some cases like the Rittenhouse case, was broken windows, burning cop cars, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm. And I think that this highlights the importance of not giving into this kind of framing and de-emphasizing it when it comes up. Like if you are really serious about this, then you don't want to spend your protesting your resources doing all this condemnation. You just want to keep on doing what you were already doing. Another thing I wanted to say to Sunday's point earlier about
I mean, it gets blurry with it gets blurry with hunger strikes, but yeah.
not being held in contempt. This is something that receives support in the literature, that the martyrdom strategy that we're talking about of going out and getting yourself beat up, it's not very effective when the audience is not already sympathetic to your cause. Vigilante violence against like Black people in the United States has always been super common, but it didn't garner much sympathy from the primarily white audience until after a certain point, when the audience was paying more attention.
No, this is important. Why were they paying more attention? What changed between 1850, right, or let's say 1900 and 1955? What changed? What
wasn't
new,
it wasn't
new factor was introduced into society that changed the dynamics here? Because there's an answer to this.
There's a lot of
It
answers
wasn't
to
just
that. That's 50 years, which includes 2 world
No,
wars.
no, there's a
I wasn't even talking about that long of a time period. I was talking about like Eisenhower to Lyndon B. Johnson.
I guess maybe the distinction for me is the violence so much as the direction is directed, and is how I would personally characterize protest as a peaceful versus violent. Well, you would have to explain what the direction means, right?
in like that short of a time period.
Wokeism.
The main invention in that short of a time period that became much more common and much more widely produced throughout American homes was mass media, the television, things like that. This coincided, right, with the changes in perception, because we didn't just hear about it and things like that, but you saw it. You saw the black kids being hosed down by the cops.
But you've identified, but Wick, you've identified a key weakness in nonviolence as a dogmatic strategy, in that you are relying on the media covering your movement favorably,
yes,
and not
and the
simply
media will
only.
cover you better.
No, but
in general, if you are nonviolent, yes.
It's also
No,
just
no,
not
but that's
consistent.
that's untrue
I can
though.
bridge the gap that you two are having. I'm going to push back on maybe Wick a little bit here, but like there is actually a perfectly good example of when non-violence can be pursued, and if it is completely ignored by the media and the system, then they kind of leave you with no choice. Mandela was a perfect, like him and the ANC pursued non-violence for decades, but after they were outlawed and after there was like numerous massacres against non-violent protesters, and after the fucking there were like forced removals of black communities like in the millions because they were making the cities too black, then they decided that violence was inevitable, so they channeled it. They chose to say, okay, we're going to direct this into sabotage. They went for, they deliberately targeted infrastructure because they wanted to make the country ungovernable under that system.
Yeah.
So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Hold on. Wait.
Wait.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that there's never a time for violence. Obviously, that's not true.
Time for violence is now.
So, there are extenuating circumstances, there are edge cases, there are times where you are left with literally no choice. But my argument is that, on the whole, in general,
I'm a general.
nonviolent civil resistance is more effective and better and leads to better outcomes, because
Except
we
when
have
it doesn't.
to also look at what does success look like. When a violent movement, right, is successful, it is less likely to end in democracy. It is less likely.
But violence does not really mean endanger society. Like, society is not endangered by a suffragette throwing herself under a chariot. Society is not endangered by a person going to a museum and damaging a painting. Right? And that's considered violent. To go to a museum and destroy a piece of work, that's considered violence.
Likely to end in non-repressive regime.
I would
to
like
be
to
clear,
interject.
this is
for
because
just a moment, if I may.
sorry.
I just want to interject.
This is bias from the moderator.
True.
It is towards good conversation. So everyone present agrees there are instances where nonviolence as a doctrine is preferable, and times when the opposite is preferable. Obviously, different countries, different situations, different times. Sure. I was curious on a point that got brought up earlier that I felt was under-discussed. They were talking about, well, you were talking about, the degree of permissibility of violence in nonviolent movements. Because when we cite MLK, of course, a principled nonviolent actor, the way he talked about violence, rioting, property destruction, would have been considered by media today, and was then, to be overly permissive and tolerant of the violent elements of the civil rights protest. That is to say, while many in the media look to see uncritical denunciations, he would often qualify, he would categorize, he would explain, oh, well, sure, I think it's bad. However, and for that, he was often blamed for the violence. To what extent do you think a non-violent movement has to condemn inevitable elements of violence that exist alongside them? How much is too far? If MLK had to toe that line in a way that upset people on both sides, I don't think there's an easy answer.
Ouch.
Well, I can give an answer that's actually affirmative on Wick's side. So, for example, if somebody on your side is proposing to do something horrifically violent, like to the point where we would consider this to be unpalatable, say, for example, the kidnapping and torturing of the children of whoever in order to provoke some kind of positive political response, I think under certain conditions there is a moral threshold where you would actually decide no, like the cost becomes too high, or regardless of whether or not, on balance, some onlooker might like consider these to be even, you would not partake. And I think that most I think that
Yeah,
everybody on my side
hypotheticals.
agree with that. In
Well,
fact, I
the
think,
question, the
yeah.
question is, I thought isn't whether you partake or not. It's
True.
when it happens. So when it inevitably,
Nobody cares about women in that panel.
you would
nothing
you
is
would
a
you would you
monolith.
would condemn. You would
how
condemn and
would
you would go against.
respond, right?
You would condemn and you would go against, probably in as strong terms as you would say, Wick. Because once again, like the threshold here for why violence is considered, why violence is must be left on the table is because there may be a threshold beyond which violence is necessary. Because maybe, for example, media coverage at all is simply impossible. Maybe positive media coverage is impossible. Maybe the media is slanted in such a way as even if you have a nonviolent protest, it simply is intractable regardless. Maybe your community is so small, a nonviolent protest simply means you're invisible. Or maybe there are forces that override democratic ones that are, for example, running over your land with pipelines and bulldozers, so on and so forth. That media coverage, even despite being entirely positive, maybe there's an entire media empire sort of built around condemning that kind of thing. Nonetheless, it's inefficacious in actually stopping it. Maybe under
Feels like the Canada Indigenous People pipeline thing that President Sunday is referring to.
you actually have to engage in violence to physically stop the progress of that machinery, and so on and so
and
forth.
also to the point that we had earlier about the martyrdom strategy, why is it that police respond violently to peaceful protesters when it happens? I think
The
that
smart ones don't.
well, the smart ones
The
don't.
smart
but-
ones
but
don't
here's
because they
the
know it's
thing.
going to make them look
No,
shitty.
but
Do you-
what?
do you
But
think
what
the cops?
conditions?
Do you think the cops look good nowadays? Like, do you think
I'm
people
not
are
saying
generally?
that. Wait. Let me finish. What I'm saying is that in order for there to be
People don't care how they look, by the way.
a disproportionate police response, there needs to be a reputation or thought that these protesters are violent, that they are going to cause mayhem in the streets. This is the kind of thing that will prompt a disproportionate reactionary response from the police. If the police don't, if the police know that the protesters are not going to do anything, then what are they going to do? They're just going to handle them with kid gloves, and then the protesters are going to gain nothing. This
The
martyrdom.
police does not care about optics. What about that time when a school with little kids was taken over by shooters or something, and the police, instead of going in, saved their own kids first and then just stayed in the corridor and let the kids die? Where was the optics consideration then? Oh yeah, it was nowhere to be found because the cops do not care about optics. What do you know?
Strategy then relies on the existence of violent flanks, because violent flanks are what make the possibility of like they create the possibility of the disproportionate police response that you want.
Are you arguing that?
I don't know if that's
we're
necessarily
not
true.
violent enough that the police will actually treat us better? That'd be a terrible world when the police treat protesters well. What a horrific
No, it's-
outcome! Where
I'm-
police are treating protesters with kid gloves. What a horrific
I don't-
dystopian
The whole
outcome!
point that you
I don't
What
like
the
that.
hell?
your whole
I would,
your
um,
whole point was that the martyrdom strategy is the best way of getting like social movements towards their objectives, right? So if you're serious about that, if you are serious about the martyrdom strategy, then you will be relying on the violence of certain fringe flanks
That's-
in
that's
order
not the
to
only
change your
strategy where-
reputation.
It's
I
one
would
of
like
the
to
more
hear-
very depressed- Let me
I,
answer this,
I
please.
heard just a moment after you're done speaking. I'd like to hear from Professor Meat and from Doe as well. They both spoke up and have spoken less. But go ahead.
I'll be concise as possible. Like, martyrdom is one effective strategy. There are many others. When it comes to talking about civil rights,
True.
there are very historically effective ways. There are protests in the streets that we think of mostly, but there's also stayaways. There's slowdowns. There's all sorts of
Yes,
of
but
kinds
if
of
I may
ways
very
to
quickly,
resist.
just very quickly
Don't
before,
win any
if I
conflict,
can
it's
interfere, just very quickly
better.
before we proceed to the two, and I'll be quiet.
5 seconds.
Yes, the problem, the Wick, is that the protests in the streets that you're referring to, they are either going to be passive when they encounter police, or they are not going to be. If the police, for example, simply do not engage in violence against the protesters, your martyrdom strategy fails because there's no active martyrdom.
Okay.
That's not true.
Oh,
at
no,
all.
please.
Okay,
Professor Meat, please go right ahead.
Professor
I'm
Me.
sorry, guys. I'll be real quick.
You open your mouth.
I'm just here to back up my buddy Wick. But no, I appreciate it. The only thing I was going to say is that I was,
Oh boy.
the point of the martyrdom strategy, the reason the martyrdom strategy works, and part of why I don't think it's sort of a mischaracterization to say the martyrdom is like creating victims, not realistically in my mind, because the point of martyrdom ideally is to put on display malpractices, injustices that are happening on a daily basis, right? You're like in the case of ML in the civil rights movement, these are people,
Oh boy.
ideally, theoretically, who are like in a population who is going to be served, doled out injustice to them, who are electing to be the ones who it is done to so that it can be seen, right? And so that specific brand of martyrdom, you're right, isn't always possible. You can't always rely on the cops beating you up, but that's not the only way to put on display the negative circumstances that you're trying to protest against.
And
I've
like,
seen some
Oh.
other ways. Sorry, I've seen some other ways. Like some people do die-ins. If you've ever seen a die-in before, where they pretend to die on the floor. Most of the time, I've seen people talk about those. They laugh about them because they say like, "Oh, you guys are pretending like you have something that's so bad that's happening.
True.
Really, you're fine because look, you're still alive. Things are still okay." Like that's
Yeah,
That's part of that.
like
So
this poses a problem for
I just
where-
want to defend my. No, I want to defend my. I guess it's Just Up Oil, right? Because again,
Sorry, I blanked out when he said my boy Wick. What was that me talking? What was me talking about? Well, he has Wick's back, is what he
yeah,
meant.
the cops are pretty well
Professor Meat.
most of the time, but they get a lot of attention even if they just do a die-in. And what usually happens is it's not so much about making the protesters look good. It's because again, civil rights protesters were not favored by the American public, but the legislation was favored. Same with Just Up Oil, because usually you'll get the default response from the average person to Just Up Oil is, "Oh, I hate those hippies, but also climate change is actually a big deal." Shit.
Yeah, but the thing is that Just Stop Oil supplements the sillier things that it does with like really extreme things. Like I think recently, a couple protesters went to jail for multiple years, or got sentenced to go to jail for multiple years because they got up on top of a bridge and stopped traffic across it for hours.
They
Like,
were acquitted of that, I believe.
sorry, they were acquitted.
If it's the case I'm thinking of, they were. Well, there was recently a case where they were put on trial to go to jail for possible years for obstructing traffic, but they were acquitted.
I can.
It might be
I'm
a
happy
different
to
one.
look at-
It's kind of immaterial. Good for them, but nonetheless, yeah.
The point is that they do both, right? They do more extreme things than just the
But that's
the
not
die-ins,
violence,
right?
Blocking traffic is
Yeah, that would typically be
Blocking
seen as
traffic, hang on.
disobedience.
We'll slow down. Blocking traffic is very easily and often is construed as violence. Blocking traffic prevents people from getting food, from getting to the hospital. People die when traffic is blocked. That's
Yeah.
not a laughing matter. That's the
So
artery of
if I just-
society.
so if I block, hold on, here's the thing. I would say that, for example,
Oh, damn.
anti-abortion protesters trying to block access to abortion clinics for when people are trying to get in. I would say that that's violent protest because you are trying to obstruct somebody, specifically the person trying to get an abortion, from getting something that is like that they medically want, right? Do you not think of that as violent in any way?
The problem is if you define violence that broadly, then everything becomes violence. Like consuming almond.
Oh no. Oh no. We're getting back to the genocide thing, aren't we? The problem is if you defined this thing so broadly, then everything is violence. Everything is a Oh no. Oh no, we're going back to the same arguments, aren't we? Okay, I need to go to the toilet now. While I'm in the toilet, gather more people here because we need more gigglers. And I will also grab breakfast because it's almost 5 a.m. My God. I'm back. I cannot believe what's happening.
milk is violence. If you've seen those supply chains, they're pretty fucking uneven and like coercive. So yeah, but the problem when it
Wait,
comes
why
to
dismiss that?
at
Why
least
dismiss that?
sorry.
I said, why dismiss that?
Because the good thing about language is that like we all
Oh my god. Loner Box, Wick, especially Professor Meat, are misguided. Like, let me put it this way. It is reality that the definition of violence is extremely broad and that violence can take many different forms. Like, we're going back to this absurd notion that unless it's within a very narrow framework that Loner Box accepts, then it's not part of the language somehow. Like, what?
No. The good thing about language loner box. No. The good thing about language loner box
like,
is that
the
we can
reason
take.
that
Hang
you
on. The good thing
Okay.
about language loner box is that we can take an expanded category and then we can particularize it. So we can say yes. In fact, violence takes place with a myriad of different types of activities that aren't equivalent to the physical breaking of another human being's skin.
True.
Then we can particularize corporeal violence, physical violence against bodies, violence against property, etc., etc. This doesn't
No,
present
this
a problem.
It's making it harder to communicate. When
What
I have
about
to
this wasn't clear?
explain- When I want
because
it to
then
be
that
very
means because
clear.
that means that
It does not make it. Suffragettes? True. Is there more utility if we were to talk about violence in genres than just saying the word violence at everything? I mean, we already can discuss different types of violence, right? We already have different types of violence. Yeah.
that
when
means
I go
MLK
to
was
someone
violent, right?
and I
But
say,
when you-
"Hey,
but when you
I've had
explain- but-
violence
but when you
been
have to-
against me, I need them to
But when
understand
you,
what I mean. I
but
don't
when
need
you,
them to
yes, yes, but
understand
when
Vosh is pretty hands off.
you
Well,
say
you're
when you say
traffic.
but when
They
you say
cut
but
you
when you
off.
say but
Wait,
when
wait,
you
wait.
say a protest is violent, and somebody asks how so, you will have to explain in what manner they were violent, and what you will say is,
Only
did they
because
murder a
of
person?
compulsion.
Hang on,
That
did
is
they
only a
murder?
problem.
Hang on, did they murder a person? No, they broke a window. Well, hang on, I thought violence was just harm against persons. Yeah, well, the property is an extension of the person. It's their livelihood, etc., etc. You're playing the exact same game.
That's
No,
not true
but
at all.
sorry, like when you look at the majority of the literature, like violence is either destruction of property or attacking people. That's it. Like you can.
But
broaden
that
if you want,
involves that
and there
exact
are-
same
there are
level of
situations-
abstraction, Loner Box.
But then the
That's
problem is,
not
but then
what,
the problem is, we've just been having.
That's actually not true, by the way. Someone has not engaged in literature, I think.
discussion about whether MLK was non-violent, and you know, that people.
But that
generally
you're
agree
making
that
the same
his whole philosophy is
conceptual
not
move.
violence. They're like, oh, but is boycotting bus services not violent because they bankrupted businesses? Yeah,
first-
you could say that, but then,
I-
then we can't communicate. Then we're just grunting at each other.
As Sunday
That's
said
not
at
true.
the
I don't
beginning.
think that's
What?
true at all.
I also have
No,
no
it's
problem with.
completely
I also have no problem with biting that bullet. I have no problem with characterizing that as violent. That costs me nothing. That
It
serves my
does,
side just
though.
fine.
Oh my god. Yes, it is
Wait,
a problem.
It doesn't,
If
though.
I could interject briefly,
Please.
The moment you step away from anything done against another human body as violence and towards property damage also constitutes violence, you open up a gradient. Blocking traffic can impede people from accessing vital services. Striking as a worker can disrupt supply lines that people rely on to live. I don't know if there's an objective answer to where
True.
the word violence,
Vosh.
capital V violence. But to avoid the semantic discussion, I think unless you disagree, I think we can acknowledge the ambiguity of the gradient, and we can just specify what kind of violence we're referring to. Better that than back and forthing over whether or not
Right,
this
yeah,
or that
sure.
the other.
Sure.
My definition, and we can agree on this or not.
Bausch.
If we want to argue about this, we can. But my definition: physical to other people, breaking of skin violence, or direct property damage, like direct, not
Okay,
indirect.
but
So setting yourself on fire, throwing yourself under a car, that's not violence. Okay, got it.
that or property damage though.
I will remind that the suffragettes movement was actually framed as a violent movement, even though a lot of it was them throwing themselves under vehicles and doing stuff like destroying paintings in a museum.
introduces exactly the same gradient that me.
No, it
Do-
doesn't. We
Yes,
don't
it
have to
does.
follow
Hang
the
on.
screen all the way
Calm
down.
down,
We just say
Wick.
we're stopping
Calm down,
here.
Wick.
We're doing it again.
Me, Doe, and Sirius are perfectly fine with accepting that there is a gradient of violence that includes these other things, and that violence can have different levels of severity depending on your perspective and depending on your values, etc., etc. There's no contradiction there whatsoever. However, when you're introducing an abstraction that is personal property that is perhaps very distant from the person, maybe some personal property, the personal property of the wealthy, for example, may be so infinitesimal, even though so large compared to the average person, that its destruction doesn't even register to them until long after the event. They simply don't care. And yet, nonetheless, it can be used adequately to characterize a protest as violent or non-violent, depending on like whether or not there's a picture of a smashed window that can be put on the news.
Also, by the way, this is a nice question for me to ask. So, if violence is attacking a person or destroying property, then riddle me this. This is a question for the panelists and for the audience. If there's a group that protests, goes to a government building with a bunch of guns, holds people at gunpoint, and takes over the building, is that a violent protest or is that a peaceful protest? No damage to the property was done. No harm to anyone was done yet. People were just held at gunpoint and a government building was taken over. Peaceful protest or violent protest? I await your answers in the chat.
Right? Like a bank
I will say that in my opinion, it is a violent protest, by the way.
losing its window does not hurt the bank in any meaningful capacity. And yet none.
I mean, according to the anti-violence people, violence only is violence when someone gets hurt or property gets damaged. Lonerbox would say that you're trying to expand the definition of violence and that there's no communication anymore.
Nonetheless, that can be used to characterize a protest movement carried out by a people who are actively being choked out from having access to essential services.
Well, that's because people are going to categorize that violence in the same way that Wick is categorizing it.
Absolutely.
Because they're going to see the broken window and they're going to say that's direct violence. against
Okay, so
property,
then isn't the problem then that we're just ceding the framing to the other side? Like that seems to be a huge part of the problem
Well,
here,
yeah,
is that
you
we're
can say that
just ceding that
framing-
it's violence.
Well, you can say that framing. Well, you can. The word doesn't matter. The point is that that's what people care about. That thing.
Well, no,
we can call it something.
Well, it is. It's coercive and traumatic your property that isn't yours. Well, it kind of is. Like a public building is public, so technically speaking, it belongs to everyone and to no one, because the state is the representative of the nation. So technically speaking, a public building belongs to everybody.
Hold on, we can call it something other than violence. We call it flubgub for all I care. The point is that there's this thing
No,
that Wick
that's-
was called. There's
That's
this
not
thing.
true. Hold on, that's not true.
Words
Professor
are
Nee, it's
symbols.
just not true that the word doesn't matter.
What do you
because
mean?
the-
Hold on.
Serious. The problem is
Hold on.
that you guys are trying to go against a fucking like ages-long tradition of when we talk about the difference between non-violence and violence and protest, we typically mean
Ages-long tradition of what?
property and attacking people, and non-violence being like civil disobedience.
Well, I mean,
That's-
by
and you
ages,
guys
by
are coming
ages
and trying
long,
to
you don't
change the
actually mean
definitions, like-
by ages long, you don't actually mean that long. We haven't particularized it that long ago.
Because if
reason
we,
I
the
say
problem
that-
with the
Like
problem with the-
you're just kind of
we're
stating
moving-
that. That's not.
We're also moving away from
true.
it in the literature. Like in the literature, they're moving away from violence versus non-violence precisely because it's so subjective and fuzzy. Like,
and it's a
they're
mistake. They're doing it, and that's a
No,
mistake.
but hang on. No, just an obvious counter to what Lonerbox is saying that demonstrates it's not true is that in political science since Weber, we've been characterizing the state's legitimacy as being, by dint of its legitimate monopoly on physical violence.
When I specifically say that-
however,
okay.
hang on. However, at no point is it required that the state be actively engaging in violent corporeal action against human bodies at any single moment for it to have that legitimacy. We understand violence.
True. It doesn't matter if the state acts like it's everybody's. I don't think it's material if the
For
state
example,
does.
existing in potentia.
People
We do
don't.
not
I
talk.
feel like private and public is different, and public property isn't everyone's so much as it's no one's unless the state is feeling nice. That's not actually true. It is actually everyone, at least in theory. Everyone's at least in theory, because everybody is paying taxes to upkeep the public property. So it makes sense for people to upkeep with their taxes something that's nobody's, you know?
Talk about violence as
don't.
involving simply the destruction of human
okay.
bodies and or property. That's
This
inaccurate.
is a problem, if I may, just real quick, without
No.
interrupting.
If you're going to
This
make a
is
claim,
problem.
if you're going to make an appeal to the traditional use of the term, you have to
Well,
actually
I
appeal
respond
to a
to- yeah, no,
source.
can I
But I'm not
respond to
seeing
what-
one.
You keep talking over me.
Can I respond to what Sunday said? When I say
Please.
in the literature, I mean specifically in discussions about political.
Might actually Google this while we're at it. There we go. I found it. Public property refers to property owned by the government or its agency. Rather than by a private individual or a company, it belongs to the public at large. Examples include many parks, streets, sidewalks, libraries, schools, playgrounds that are used regularly by regular public. Boom. There we go. I won this debate. Or something.
Violence versus non-violence. Obviously,
But that's
engaging, like, fucking
that's
Foucault.
literally
No,
what I'm
obviously-
referring to. Like the father
No,
of
no, no, no,
sociology
like-
saying this.
No, I mean like contemporary literature when it discusses violence and non-violence. That's a big
Contemporary
difference, right?
literature is what we are referring to.
Yeah.
Contemporary literature is what we are referring to
Okay,
when we say that it does
so-
not refer specifically to corporeal violence against skin and buildings.
So when when all these papers talk about like MLK and non-violence, even though he did things that literally got
Yes,
fucking bust
colloquially
companies
colloquial in newspapers, peaceful
bankrupt, and
protest.
in the literature on
peaceful-
violence and non-violence.
Again,
The
That's
literature is
incorrect.
far
You're actually
beyond
just
what you're
incorrect.
saying,
I'm sorry.
Lonabox.
so here's the
Yeah,
thing.
if
Lonabox,
you're reading
is that
fucking
it's
Foucault,
changing.
yeah, everything's
It's-
violent.
No,
No,
we're
no,
actually
no,
reading the
it's
same
not
sources as
Foucault.
Wick.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the issue. When you want to communicate to someone, like what's going on, and you tell the average
What's Foucault's
Joe
position on
or
violence,
Sally,
Lonerbox?
is average Joe
How does
or
Foucault
Sally-
define violence?
Oh, okay. Now we're going with average Joe or Sally.
Oh, Foucault is one person.
I hate
I'm trying to
Foucault.
talk to everyone.
You've never
I'm trying
read
to talk
Foucault.
to as many people as possible. And the vast majority of people out there, and I will die on
boy.
this hill, if you say, hey,
You
my
will.
movement is violent, they think of two things. They think of breaking windows, and they think of, breaking windows, breaking
Well, clearly
cars,
not.
property
Half the
damage.
debate
They think
panel
of-
does not agree with that.
I'm gonna tell
I'm
you,
an
yeah,
average
yeah.
Joe. I'm not in an ivory tower somewhere, dude.
To Wick's point and to what you said earlier, Sierra, it's like the reason I say the word doesn't matter is because if all of a sudden you called breaking people's windows something other than violent and you put it on the news, the fact that it was not being called violence is not what is determining whether or not people like
That's
it. or disapprove
actually
it or
that's
approve it.
completely untrue. That's the thing. Like we have done experiments on this where the exact same events are framed as either violent or non-violent, and people's perception of the legitimacy of the protesters
Yes,
changes.
I am sure that if you frame something as violent versus non-violent, framing it as violent is going to.
But that's what you're
result in
appealing
Yeah,
to
that's
when
what
you're
I'm
saying that the
what I'm
optics are what
saying is-
matters.
What I'm saying is the quality that Wick is referring to. What I'm trying
Is
to say is that
optical.
The words that
it's
you
not
use
purely
influence.
optical.
I know it's like a parent that gives their kid a present for birthday, but they can take it away whenever they want if the kid is bad. It's apparently been given to the kid. The kid owns it, but do they? It's at the mercy of their keepers if they get to have anything, unfortunately. Well, according to the law, the thing is still the child's. Even if the parent is able to temporarily withhold the item, legally the item still belongs to the child. That one I'm certain of, okay? The item that a child receives from a parent illegally is the child's property. It can be withheld temporarily, but the ownership does not change.
It's not purely up to even in those scenarios, the bulk of the things that people are going to decide on whether or not they approve of it or disapprove of it is going to be the invocation of the underlying qualia, right? People care about
Underlying
violence. Actually, we can
qualia?
call it.
What's the
Yeah,
underlying qualia? What are you talking
The
about?
characteristics of the definition.
That's not what-
That's not what qualia means. I have no idea what you're saying.
Sure. Do you really have no idea what I'm saying when I say the characteristics of the definition?
Yes, I have no idea what you're saying.
Punching someone in the face.
You don't know what the sentence characteristics of the
Yeah,
definition
I can tell you. I can actually tell you.
Wait.
Yes.
Hold on, because we ended up doing it anyway.
Oh my
think
god.
The problem here is that the selection
Ah.
of certain actions as violent or not, and the subjectivity of that determination has literally been a tool of social control for as long as we've had mass media. So appealing to or even attempting to work out where exactly something falls in this line that is deliberately kept arbitrary to reaffirm the values of whoever gets to determine whether or not it is seems really counterproductive. We're obviously talking about a distinction between violence and social violence. There are plenty of theorists who speak on these issues who would happily side on either side of this issue, and we can also agree, I think, that whether or not something optically plays well and whether or not it's academically sound are two entirely separate questions. I'd be
True.
far more interested if we specifically referred to what kinds of violence or not we're talking about.
Vaush is taking charge. No more of this nonsense. No more. Okay. I'm gonna change the title once more because it seems like situation has changed dynamically. Here we go. Just as the situation changes dynamically, so does the title also changes dynamically. There we go. How do you like the new title? That depends on the government.
When we talk about what is justified, whether we're talking about breaking windows directly, strike action, deploying supply lines, whatever we mean, because I think
What's eminent domain? I have to look it up. Sorry, gigglers. Now I have to look up the eminent domain. It's the power of a state, provincial, or national government to take private property for public use. It does not include the power to take and transfer ownership of private property from one property owner to another private property owner without a valid public purpose. I don't think that happens much in Poland. It causes problems, but in Poland that's not really a common thing. Usually in Poland they negotiate. Like there were things that were blocked because people did not agree to sell their little hamlets. So that's a thing that happened in the past from what I remember.
we could do this particular bit forever.
Well, violent protest can involve, for example, the destruction of government property, attempting to bulldoze a traditional native site.
I just want the specific acts being referred to over what could otherwise be an interminable discussion.
When I think about
That's violence from the state.
It's all going to depend on the context of the specific social movement. Like, there is no one size fits all for every social movement.
Can we make one for this discussion, though? Can we make a one size fits all
What?
for
No.
this discussion?
Why would we? Because it changes. It changes based on time too.
Because
so,
what's
here's
going to happen is they're going to change it based on what it fits your argument.
Here's
That's what's going to happen.
Hello, Blargface15. Who is this dude? Who? Who are you referring to? Who are you referring to, Blargface15? And who are the remaining 14 Blargfaces? Sorry for derailing the stream a bit. That's okay. That's okay. You have not derailed. Quick, take the L. True. Yes, Blarkface, welcome to the stream. Also, I'm not sure who you're referring to. President Sunday, Lonerbox, Doe, Wick, Vosh, I think you know. Professor Meat and Sirius.
No,
We're gonna
that's
take
not
this
what.
hit- we're gonna take
Here's
this
a
off
question
all the
for
way
you.
down.
Here's a question
You're
for the
gonna
panel.
just
Here's the thing,
keep
even
No, no, hang on, hang on. I've got an
whatever
interesting
you decide,
moderator.
That's what's gonna happen.
I've got an interesting question for the panel. I am curious about people's take on this. So I think we would generally agree that that there's a rising tide of transphobia in this country, as well as anti-feminist sentiment, etc., etc. Can anyone tell me in which province there was a stabbing of a feminist professor in the last month?
I
No.
read the article, but I don't remember the
In
province.
Canada?
Same here.
Yeah.
In Canada, yes.
Yeah, I think I
And
heard about
how much did that cut?
Canada, I
How much wind did that take out of the sails of conservative reactants against
None.
trans issues? None.
What's your point?
That is my point. It had no
So
effect.
again,
It took
isolated
no wind out of the
incident.
sails.
If the
Isolated
targeted
incidents
community, if the
failing to,
targeted
or
no
even
no no,
being
if
successful
unless
in changing minds isn't an argument.
unless the targeted community is not held in contempt, it lacks.
It's not about changing minds, it's about weakening the movement. Wick is not very
capacity to change
smart.
minds by passively accepting its oppression.
Yeah,
you
but that's
gotta have
because it's such
better
a singular.
You gotta have better evidence.
Well,
than a
this is
single
no, that's
incident.
that is kind of true. Like even like at the time it happened, Emmett Till didn't get that much attention at all. But then 10 years
Exactly.
later,
Yes.
everyone's paying attention. But
Yeah.
I love you,
But,
Lauren.
We're
I
also
could say
small
if
from
we're talking
stabbings of
about
feminist professors. I mean, I think we'd
But
see
if
a
we're
different
also
result.
if we're also talking about like how much did January 6th damage the Republican Party? They've been fighting each other ever since on that. So
Well, although to be clear,
depends.
as far as violent protests are concerned, very few deaths, very little property damage.
Yeah, but it was still everyone here. I hope would consider that violent.
Wait, why?
But
Why
but
would
hang
it-
hang on. What
it
if?
was attacking
violent?
property? It was
No, no,
violent.
no, but
They
slow
killed
down, slow down.
people.
What if-
They gave
what
people
if-
PTSD and someone died?
Yeah, absolutely. But what if that didn't happen? What if they just walked in, maybe someone shat on a desk? What then? Would that not be violent still? I would consider that violent. That's a direct affront
It
to the
would
freedom
not
of the
be
entire
violent.
country.
As violence
Yeah,
by the populace.
breaking into a building is probably violence. Yeah.
Well, no, I disagree with you,
Hold on.
Letterbox. I think if they were peaceful, if
Or
they had
like the
simply
vandalism,
come in
yeah.
Breaking
and not
into- wait.
vandalize,
No,
and not
let him
hurt
cook.
anyone, it wouldn't. No, if
Oh damn.
come in, they had not vandalized anything, they had not hurt anyone, and they were simply peaceful.
There is a way, but that would require, I don't know, some
Looked on-
editing or something. Like, Vosh could just put their names or something.
much differently. Are you kidding me? That would be looked on much differently
more
by the
favorably.
public than it is now.
I don't know
It was
about
something
that.
silly, but it would be way more favorable than what they did.
Yeah, are you arguing against that?
Yes,
Disagree?
yes.
I mean, I didn't know about the cops being killed until long after. I knew about the person who was climbing the walls being
That's 'cause
shot.
you weren't paying attention. That was like day of.
I was watching it live day of. There was no coverage of that.
Well, sure, but that doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't change the fact that Wick's example, like the example of someone going in and taking a shit, would be viewed way less, would have way less of a disruptive effect on the Republican Party.
Really? Taking control of a government building and taking a shit on the desk would not. Okay, that's just. I don't know why would you try to defend such a thing, but. And I mean by such a thing, I mean such a take.
Yeah, I don't understand this.
Tomorrow, yeah, there's a stream tomorrow.
You're trying
Republican
to make.
Party.
Obviously, if Jerry
Or rather, today.
violent, it would have been viewed more favorably.
No, you're missing the point. There's survivorship
Straight up.
bias here in terms of what you consider to be a successful protest. You are identifying the ones that people cared about, and therefore they're accepting their oppression and being covered by the media in such a manner as they're
Oh, okay, good night.
to the people observing it who weren't part of that protest. That depends on so many different things that most people in the world do not have.
Also,
Sure,
to
I would.
just to
I'll
say
do you
I'll
think-
agree to that? That most movements don't succeed? Yeah, I'll agree to
Okay,
that.
but if
that's
most if
regardless
most
of violence
movements
or
don't
not.
succeed, if most
That's
movements don't succeed,
regardless of violence or
if
not.
most movements don't
movements
succeed,
Oh.
what percentage do you suppose those movements are violent? Like we
So
have
in
a handful of
successful movements
cases
by
to
Erica
draw.
Chenoweth, yeah,
Hello, Sugoi. Did you do your IRL debate thing? It wasn't a debate thing. It was like a political meeting. It was not really a debate, but it was very disappointing. I should talk about it at some point. It was like this sort of, but it was in real life, and people were just very. There was a bit of arguing, and there was a bit of doomerism. One person just went on the stage and was like, "Can our side win in the election? Yes, but we will lose." So there we go. This is the amount of doomerism that I had to deal with. It was basically a fight of young people versus old people. One person said on the stage, "I'm not gonna vote for you young people not because you're young, but because I don't trust you." And then a young person took the microphone and said, "Well, we stopped voting for you because we don't trust you." And I was like, well, no wonder the far right is in charge of Poland if this is the opposition.
we have.
Yeah.
You dispute the data if you'd like, but we have data from Erica Chenoweth, and
Your author
You should know
disputes the
sources.
data.
The non-violent.
Yes, your
is
author
more
disputes the data.
affectations.
Your author
Hi.
disputes the data you are citing. Go on, Sirius.
Wick, I wanna point your attention to Erica Chenoweth, like her own characterization of her data. Like she has put out tables showing the difference over
Sadness.
time between the violence, the success rates of violent versus non-violent protests. And if we see, it changed over time. Not after World War II even. So the 1940
It
to
did,
19
though, after World War II. It
Okay.
steadily, non-violence became more and more and more effective.
Yeah, but for those first few decades after World War II, or rather these first couple decades, violent was more effective. So it's not to say that nonviolent is never effective. It's that it depends on the time and place and the conditions that you're in. Moreover, I want to point you to something else, which
Material
is that,
conditions.
Erica's data has been analyzed by other people, which that's good because her data set is huge and extensive, and I applaud her for that. But one thing is that when it was broken down by race, like the racial makeup of the protests, there was no strategic advantage to nonviolence when it was a movement by a minority or disadvantaged population. Violent protests and non-violent protests had the same success rate for minority groups.
So even in the worst case scenario,
Okay, it's time. You will look at the screen and you will tell me what to do, okay? You will tell me what skills to take, okay? Also, why isn't it up? Okay. We're hiding Sirius a bit, but Here you go.
scenario where a group is despised, non-violence or violence has no appreciable benefit towards non-violence, is what you're saying to me right now.
Except in the most famous cases, it actually does and is
In
co-constitutive
the
of
most
the positive
famous
effects.
cases, what does that even mean?
Well, Mahatma Gandhi's Satyagraha movement in particular, the decision,
What happened?
the success of that movement was also predicated on its contrary, which was the attack on British officers by the Indian National Army. Yeah. What you're probably putting your finger on
Why is
in
it
a situation-
buffering?
You're probably putting your finger on, Wick, and I think we would agree on this. In a situation in which you have the capacity for positive media coverage, in which you are at some level of closeness with the powers that be. You are part of, for example, you are immediate subjects of the city in which those authorities reside, and so on and so forth. Nonviolent action has a greater effect when you have that type of relationship with the given authorities. But when we're talking about there are a myriad of other cases in which that isn't the case, in which nonviolent action
Do you think
simply
You're close.
means
Let me answer this real quick.
I'm close
because
to
you're
what?
Close, right? Because one of the goals of a civil resistance movement is to ingratiate themselves with.
Okay, buffer. Let's go. I'm gonna turn some things off in order to make things more smooth. There we go. This should make things more nice.
and is
In
co-constitutive
the
of the
most
positive
famous
effects.
cases, what does that even mean?
Well, Mahatma Gandhi's Satyagraha movement in particular, the decision, the success of that movement was also predicated on its contrary, which was the attack on British officers by.
Okay, what's happening to the buffering all of a sudden? It worked fine until now.
Does and is
In
co-constitutive
the
of the
most
positive
famous
effects.
cases, what does that even mean?
Well, Mahatma Gandhi's Satyagraha movement in particular, the decision, the
Graha movement.
success of that movement was also predicated on its contrary, which was the attack on British officers
Titan.
by the Indian National Army. Yeah. What you're probably
So,
putting
in
your
a-
finger on is that
in
in
a
a situation, what you're probably putting your finger on, Wick, and I think we would agree on this, in a situation in which you have the capacity for positive media coverage, in which you are at some level of closeness with the powers that be, you are part of, for example, you are immediate subjects of the city in which those authorities reside, and so on and so forth. Nonviolent action has a greater effect when you have that type of relationship with the given authorities. But when we're talking about there are a myriad of other cases in which that isn't the case.
Right.
So,
Nonviolent action
do you think
simply
You're close.
means
let me answer this real quick.
I'm close
because
to
you're
what?
Close, right? Because one of the goals of a civil resistance movement is to ingratiate themselves with the populace, to ingratiate themselves with the pillars of power, which support any kind of structure which they're trying to change.
Oh, that's not
So-
true.
That's
To
not- that's
ingratiate
not
themselves,
true at all.
that's not true at all. That's very incorrect.
What are you talking about? That's
What are they
the
protesting
pillars-
against?
They may not want to ingratiate themselves. For
They
example,
want to make the people, because pillars of power that support a regime, an institution, a country, a society, all of them are run by people.
Did
and
we
so,
want to
again, we
ingratiate
know,
ourselves?
Yeah,
to the
but
British,
slaveholders
we were
are people
separating from
too,
them.
Wick.
What are you talking about? We went to war with slave. They ingratiated themselves with the North, and we went to war and we
Yeah, that's
killed
not a
them.
protest. That's war. That's
Yeah, we killed them. We killed the slave owners, or we tried to.
But you
No.
still had whites-only institutions and places.
Sure, it took a while because 400, at the
But
time,
who are they ingratiating
years
themselves
of
towards?
protest.
I don't follow you here exactly.
So it's
So
important.
no, but at some point,
Let me
the
explain
motive
it. If you
was
let me
not
explain it,
ingratiation.
maybe you would understand, but you gotta let me finish. So what you want to do is let's take the 1978 Iran revolution, which was not violent. It's not often seen as
Oh,
violent, but
that's
it was
incorrect,
absolutely
my friend.
nonviolent.
Okay, what's happening? Can't we watch this in peace? Oh, Jesus Christ. What can we turn off? I need a better computer. I swear.
That is very incorrect, my friend.
Okay, how many did they kill? The Iranian protesters.
The Iranian
How
protesters.
many did they kill? Yeah, how many? Did they
I
kill?
don't know.
I thought we also
None.
said
They
destruction
didn't
of
kill
property.
anyone. They didn't
Just-
kill anyone because it was non-violent. You absolute moron. Okay, so let me educate you here a little.
I thought we
bit.
said
the reason that
that-
worked.
I
Let me
thought we
stop.
said that
Do we not?
property
I gotta answer. I gotta
destruction
talk about
counted
it.
as
So the reason
violence.
this works, right, is because the oil
Oh boy.
the oil workers.
Are you talking
they
about
did
Mossadegh?
what was called a slow.
Hang on, sorry.
Okay.
Refresh me. Which
Mossadegh's 50s.
50s?
that's
Thank
Talking
you.
to the
Different
revolution in the
thing.
70s.
Different
You said, okay, he did say the revolution. Sorry, I wanted to make sure. I didn't know if
70.
he said revolution or after that.
78.
Because Mossadegh,
78.
Mossadegh, I would kind of get where he's coming from, but there were other problems with that. If he's talking about the
Never mind. If we wanna do React, then we're gonna have to play something that will not cause the browser to just refuse to work. Which I've got just the game for that actually. One moment. I'm actually so annoyed with that. Seems like when I start playing Path of Exile, the videos, like, I don't know, buffering starts to be bad. So I'm just gonna play something less demanding.
themselves
Years of
towards.
forecast.
I don't follow you here exactly.
So it's
So,
important.
no, but at some point,
Let me
the
explain
motive
it. If
was
you let
not
me explain it,
ingratiation.
Maybe you would understand, but you gotta let me finish. So what happens is, what you want to do is, let's take the 1978 Iran revolution, which was non-violent. It's not often seen.
Oh,
It
that's
was
incorrect,
absolutely
my
non-violent.
friend. That is very incorrect, my friend.
Okay, how many did they kill? The Iranian protesters.
The Iranian protesters.
How many did they kill? Yeah. How many? Did they
I
kill?
don't know.
I thought we also
None.
said
They
destruction
didn't
of
kill
property.
anyone. They didn't
Just-
kill anyone because it was non-violent. You absolute moron. Okay, so let me educate you here a little.
I thought we
So wait. Now violence is when someone dies?
said
the reason that,
that
worked.
I thought we said that
do we not?
property
I gotta answer. I
destruction
gotta
also
talk about
counted
this.
as
The reason
violence.
this works, right, is because the oil producers, the oil workers,
Oh
Are you talking
boy.
about
did
Mossadegh?
what was called a slow.
Hang on, sorry.
Okay.
Refresh me. Which
Mossadegh's 50s.
50s?
that's
Thank
Talking
you.
to the
Different
revolution in the
thing.
70s.
Different
You said, okay, he did say the revolution. Sorry, I wanted to make sure. I didn't know if
70.
he said revolution or after that.
78.
Because Mossadegh,
78.
Mossadegh, I would kind of get where he's coming from, but there were other problems with that. If he's talking about the Iranian Revolution of 1979, no, they fucking wasn't bloodless. Are you insane?
What are you talking about? So again, the reason that it worked, well, it wasn't bloodless because the authorities at the time killed the protesters, and they would have a funeral and protest.
Between
So, yeah, they
1963 and
did violence.
1979, he estimated 3,164 in the anti-Shah movement were killed. The Foundation of Martyrs identified 744 dead in Tehran, where the majority of the casualties are supposed to have occurred. The coroner's office counted 895 dead, and Tehran's main cemetery.
Okay,
They were
3,000
going
in
against
how
like a
many years?
Gestapo
How
type
many years?
secret police. This was not a
When we
bloodless
talk about
revolution.
when we talk about non-violent, I think he means the actions of the
Yes,
protesters,
the
not against the
protesters. I don't
state
care
they're
about the
protesting
state.
against,
The
right?
state is
Yeah.
going to. So even in the.
Yeah,
even
they didn't have a
the-
dogmatic attitude towards violence that,
Oh my
that kept
God.
it off the table. I don't think you're
Who-
correct
They
there.
did though. Okay.
Whose
so the
whose
reason it
definition
worked-
are you using of nonviolence? Are you still using Erica's? Because in
Just be specific. Be careful here.
because in Erica Chenoweth's book, like
Oh my god.
and specifically she says that the violence versus nonviolence distinction for that book is about whether or not there was an armed subset, or whether or not they were predominantly armed. So that doesn't line up with the colloquial definition that we're using, right?
Well, I'm just
Again,
for
what
whatever
does
it's
this
worth,
have to
I'm
do with my point?
yeah, for whatever it's worth, I'm going through like
What a panel.
The point is that
this is directly relevant to what just a quick clarification to make. Like, it could be the case that there was some violence from the revolutionaries going on at some level, but this is a little bit like
Professor
I'm
Meat.
going through like it's paper after paper after page after page of people like overwhelmingly unanimously by historians, it seems to be the case that the Iranian Revolution that we're referencing was considered overwhelmingly peaceful. I'm reading articles about how one of the primary tactics that the people used was to go out and confront the soldiers and like literally speak to them and try to get them to come to their side. And it was at one point it was like over 1,000 people per day were defecting from the military police. It's like
they were ingratiating themselves into the pillars of power, and it was fucking successful. And this rewriting of history that we're trying to do, right, is just we have this documented. It's recorded. We can go and we can look at it. What broke the people is when the police who were pulling the security forces were pulling people out of their homes to go work in the oil factory or the oil refinery or whatever it was called. They stopped doing that. They refused to obey. That is the purpose of getting people, of ingratiating yourselves into these pillars of power, is so that the pillars of power who would otherwise support the regime or the country or the institution stop doing so, not necessarily by defecting, though that would be great, but by simply not obeying, not complying, being non-compliant. That is the purpose. That's what works. That's what happens. I don't understand why you were fighting me on this.
Well,
This is
because
just
it's
true.
not the strategy of every single protest movement. I think
Of
that
course, it's not the strategy of. I'm saying when they do use this
We're
as
talking
a
about
strategy,
predominant.
it
You
is
even
more
used the word
likely to be
predominant,
successful
right?
when they don't.
So, but okay, that's not always true though, because what if
It's
your
not
entire
always
Wick,
true, but it
Wick,
generally
Wick,
is true.
Wick, are you going to let me speak? Is that these things are conditional on specific circumstances, and I think one instructive case is the South Sudanese like separatist or independence movement. Because when you look at that kind of
The
thing,
seizure of the American embassy by Islamic militants in November 1979, the consequent hostage crisis,
Wick.
and above all, the Iranian-Iraq war began in September 1980, strengthened the Islamic Republic because of the rally around flag syndrome. This was not a non-violent protest, Wick. You were incorrect on this.
We're talking about primarily.
Crisis. This is
Sunday,
fundamentally
It's
different.
about
than
being
what-
predominantly like.
Sunday, you interrupt.
you're sort of. I think Sunday you're sort of doing the same.
Oh, so now it's not about it being violent or not violent anymore. No. Now it's about it being predominantly violent or not. Okay. So we've moved from non-violent to predominantly non-violent. Good to know. Good to know that we've made this shift.
About MLK, about
No,
BLM protests, where
BLM,
they say,
right?
yeah, sorry, BLM, where they say, oh, well, they point to violent things that did happen, and they try to characterize.
Well, that's because the violent things were done by the movement.
No, I love it that we fought so hard
But
against
it
the
was
right
a
wing as being like,
minority.
mostly peaceful. Look at all these riots, and we were like, no, it's mostly peaceful. But now when it comes to the other side, it's like, oh, actually, like this mostly peaceful movement was really.
I'm not.
violent.
I wouldn't say that they are
You're
mostly
doing the-
peaceful.
you're doing
I
the
wouldn't
same
say.
thing about
Well,
BLM.
hang on. I wouldn't
But
say.
that's the thing. We don't want to concede the.
I-
You guys want to concede the. Oh, sorry.
I wouldn't characterize BLM as non-violent. I would characterize BLM as being besmirched in the sense of being characterized as sort of barbaric and sort of wantonly violent against persons in the street. But I wouldn't characterize them as non-violent. They are intrinsically
Would you
violent.
characterize it as predominantly violent?
What did I just say, Professor Meat?
I'm asking to clarify.
I was
question.
literally
Would
just
you-
saying. I was literally just saying it's intrinsically violent.
Oh, what?
Okay,
No.
well, the reason I asked the clarifying
No.
question is because I don't think any reasonable person believes that. Except
Ah.
Republicans. No one's.
Rob
Well,
Norris
well,
in my
no.
chat cheering you on.
It
Rob
wasn't
Norris like,
predominantly
yes,
violent.
yes, queen.
Okay,
yes.
share the name.
Because violence
When it's over.
encompasses- Well, no.
He's in here
No.
cheering you on right now.
I'm sorry. Are you
No,
going?
there's
Hang
one
on. Hang on.
that
Wait.
was
Wick.
All right.
Wick. No. Hang on 1 sec. Wash. I'm so sorry. Wick, you yourself would characterize violence against property as being violence. Destruction of property is violence.
But
Yes.
even
Or
under
would
that
you deny that
characterization,
BLM riots involve
primarily
violence against property?
nonviolent. Even under that characterization, I would consider.
No. The destruction
BLM
of property is inherently violent. We are in agreement on
Yes,
this.
and
Everyone
in
here
most
is in
BLM
agreement on
protests,
this.
they
Uh-oh.
They didn't burn.
BLM,
they didn't break
what are you talking about? That was
most
the
BLM
entire.
protests
That
did
was the
not-
basis
that's
of
not
Rittenhouse. That was the basis of Rittenhouse even being in Kenosha. He was defending property because property was being destroyed. What are you smoking?
No one's saying
Again,
riots
just
didn't
because it
happen.
happened
Wait,
in
sorry.
one
No,
off.
we all. No, wait. We all agree on this. BLM protests were mostly peaceful. Some of them were riots, right? We all agree.
Absolutely.
But you could say that about
fuck
literally
you.
every
No,
single
no, no,
movement.
no,
It's
no,
always.
no,
to.
I'm sorry. I interrupted the moderator.
the
My
media, right?
apologies.
Okay, but when they dominated the media, right? not when
I gotta
like,
pee,
they
I'll be right
were
back.
at their most prominent, but when
I already
started to
peed.
focus on them and like
And this is why I win, because I
No.
already
Like,
peed.
when a riot happens, people are going to cover it. Of course, even if you're like, even CNN. Remember, CNN got like they looked so stupid with this reporter saying mostly peaceful protest with a burning building behind them. Like, media is going to do that. It's a riot. Of course, people want to see a riot on TV. Like,
Yeah, so and then what happens when like the media
True.
invites you on to talk about like your movement?
Sat like a
in the wake of a
mountain.
riot. Do you go up there and you're like, oh well, these people, you know, these are the bad ones. Like I hate them. Like we need to make a concerted effort to not have so many violent protests.
That's because Vaj doesn't pee. Vaj just gets pissed off. But get it? Vaj doesn't pee. Vaj gets pissed off. Yeah? Good one? Nice.
It's like
As Vosh
So-
referenced, as the moderator referenced earlier, MLK gave us a very good playbook for this. He condemned the riots, but also condemned the underlying conditions which caused the riots. He used this as an
How
opportunity
much ink
not
did
only
he-
to distance himself from the violence, but also
Oh boy.
reiterate into his audience the conditions which he was protesting.
How much
Uh,
did he give to one versus the other?
What
quite
do
a
you mean?
lot.
How much ink
He
did he?
Like,
spent quite a
there
lot
are
of
full
time.
story-
Books that were
Well,
primarily
regardless of-
Proportionally, how?
law.
He spent so many man hours. Like this was like one of the most
Real liberal.
like I don't want to make
Law.
but the type of discipline that he
Okay, no.
instilled to his
I'm not talking
protesters.
about training. I'm talking about when he was like making speeches to people.
Yeah.
Sure,
There's,
like,
you
mostly
even see that
nonviolent.
speech that he gave. You
I'm
can even
not
see
say-
like because the philosophy of nonviolence was like essential to him, and it's like you can even see the
Law.
like if every black man in America or every black person in America came out in favor of violence, I would stand against them and say this is wrong. Yeah, he was pretty passionate in that direction, but again, I don't think I disagree with you. He said, yeah, we condemn the violence. That's not what we're about. Back to civil rights issues. Is
Sure.
that?
But he went out of his way to do it
sorry.
still.
Wait, serious. Do you disagree with any of that as a strategy?
With what as a strategy? With like
With
saying
you seem to be you've done it like 3 times now. It's like you seem to be very like you don't seem very sure about how to respond. Like if you're on TV asked to condemn the riots or whatever, but it seems like it's pretty simple to just be
if
yeah
you
we
just
condemn
say,
the riots. We don't stand
I
for that.
condemn the
Let's
riots,
talk
and
about
then, well, yeah, but that's the thing is that I don't think that I
What?
don't mind doing something like that strategically. What I mind is that is like this incessant focus on it. If you're going to like give a quick condemnation of the riots, whether strategically or because you really believe that the riots are bad, then you should do
Well,
it
you should be,
quickly,
if I
and then-
may, you should be very particular, right? So, for example, if you're going on TV and you say, I condemn the riots, and you are not aware that the media has portrayed the protests categorically as riots, well, then that is being used to condemn the peaceful protests as well. You have to be very particular.
Uh-oh.
I am unaware, for example, of people doing X, Y, and Z, throwing grenades into squads of cops or whatever, and I condemn that, of course. And most of us aren't doing that. That's one thing. And of course, like, there's nothing wrong with if being asked, like, are you in favor of your movement eating babies? Of saying we don't do that, but of course I am, obviously. But when you're talking about like
I am in favor of our movement eating babies. Thank you. Thank you. If I were on the panel, that would have been my answer all along.
the riots, quote unquote, and the movement as a whole is being characterized as riots, and adjacent movements are being looped in as riots, of course you would be foolish to do that.
I also don't know what you mean by it being this like incessant attacks on riots and like nothing. I don't know exactly who's doing that. I mean, maybe I could even flip it the other way. It seems to be the case that when BLM was happening, they're like the response on Twitter.
I'm gonna flip it.
People saying, "No, it's mostly peaceful. Fuck you." But yeah, there are
But
some
we
people
we
who
all
are like,
agree.
Yeah, rioting's
but
based,
Loner
you
Box,
know,
hang
yeah.
on, Loner Box. We all agree that BLM is overall majority, like a peaceful, quote unquote. We can talk about the ambiguities about that later.
You
Protest.
just said
No, but we all agree.
that it was inherently violent.
Yes, because I don't draw a parrot. I don't treat violence and nonviolence and peaceful as synonymous. Just like you, I'm actually the only reason why I'm allowing this is because I'm basing this off of what you said in your opening statement, Wick.
Damn.
Like we all agree though. The vast majority of people in
Like, rights aren't based on hypotheticals. Rights are privileges granted by the state.
BLM protests are not, for example, breaking windows or throwing rocks at cops, etc., etc. And yet, nonetheless, when you look at the news coverage of these protests, what is overwhelmingly shown are burning cop cars and broken windows and dark, like cities at night with the glow of fire in the air.
That's true.
They absolutely characterize these things as riots.
But the problem wasn't showcasing that. The problem was, and I think the reason to answer Sirius is
you don't think the problem was exaggerating that to the point
Isn't that a reason to be less violent?
You'll find out what I think the problem is in a moment here, if you let me. Right? Is that as the reason why it sometimes seems as if we're constantly harping on it, because every time we said we want to try, hey, we condemn the riots, we condemn the violence, let's talk about the issues, someone out there raises their hand and says, actually, I think the riots are base and we should do more of them. And then we have to deal with that chuckle fuck, right? And that's a problem.
Yes, because individual chuckle fucks, quote unquote, ruin the whole. No. What consequence do individual chuckle fucks have? That's what?
You have to deal with them.
Also, we had to turn off the Path of Exile for now. I'm sorry, Sukai.
I mean,
I will also say, like,
You don't have to acknowledge them.
Sorry.
You can just keep talking.
They exist. They will cause
No,
some level
no,
of problems
like-
to you.
again, I think it's probably good that when you have the opportunity to stand against rioting within your movement or like excessive force and all that, like, yeah, you probably should do it. I don't know what's wrong with that. And actually, one of the big reasons the protests were mostly peaceful was that they did that. When people tried to antagonize and tried to be more provocative and try to smash shit up, the protesters were they were so mean to them. Like they made sure that that's just what they didn't stand for that. And I think that's a good thing to do.
So mean.
Like, that's a specific thing. Do you disagree with that?
Game big, debate small.
No, I don't disagree with having discipline.
Wait, really? Wait, hold on. There we go. I'll just have to make it small. There we have it. Nobody told me. Should tell me such things. Okay, there you go.
Protest action, but that's the problem I'm having is that we aren't violent protests when they happen don't tend to happen as the result of like this planned organized effort. They tend to be spontaneous, they tend to be unplanned, they tend to be organic. Like these kinds of things will happen. And so it's one thing to say when you are in a movement circle and you are planning to have a protest that you want to instill a certain kind of discipline into your protesters. That's one thing. It's another thing to like go out of your way to like respond to what right-wingers say about your protest movement when the more violent flanks do their thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't think we disagree then, right?
Well,
Not really.
How not?
On that particular point, it doesn't seem to be.
I have a question. If I
True.
may.
You may
So,
not. I
You know,
forbid it.
obviously, if we're talking about the optics,
You may not have a question, Vaush.
you know, over here in America, most of our protests are non-violent. Whereas if you're in like, I don't know, Syria, the only way to protest getting a pothole in your street fixed is by forming a militia and firing rockets at buildings. You know, there's
My God, Vaush.
the question I have is, where's the line? Or to put it another way, if you saw a protest starting peaceful and then it started to tip into violence, how far gone would things have to be for you to look at that and go,
I cannot believe you,
'cause it's easy
Vaush.
to do that in retrospect, right? I mean, there are lots of protests that we get to look back on for lessons to learn, but we don't learn the important lesson, which was what should we have thought at the time? In America, at the time of the civil rights protests, after all, the average person thought that the civil rights protests were a violent movement, that they were disruptive and disorderly. If we'd been listening to Optics Frogs back then, ones we would now disagree with in hindsight, we might have had a different answer. How do you judge? When is it okay to take a movement in that direction? Since we all agree there is a point, I just want to know where it is for you all.
So are
I
you
think it's when
asking,
there's-
for clarification, just so I know what you're asking, are you asking when we think it's morally justified that people get violent, or are you asking when we see something get violent, when should we rein it in?
Rein it in.
Probably the former, I would say, because if you agree there's a point, and obviously it's a hypothetical, of course, you know, it's not like a tomorrow thing. But I guess I'm wondering what qualifiers you're looking for.
If I may very quickly, there's a famous cartoon that you will often see on the internet. I can't remember the name of it, but it shows Martin Luther King in front of a journalist. What the fuck is his name? Montgomery? I can't remember.
For some reasons, I thought the famous cartoon was Happy Tree Friends, the super gory cartoon about animals, but I guess not.
In the name somewhere. And it's a picture of Martin Luther King Jr. in front of a vast destruction, like a vast ruin of a city block. Okay. While he was active, Martin Luther King Jr.'s movement was not perceived by the general public as simply non-violent. It wasn't even necessarily viewed as non-violent by the vast majority of people. So one of the problems you're up against here is that your empirical data, despite the fact that, yes, we all concede to the data that says, however problematized their identity of violent versus non-violent is, and however however various it is depending on the paper you're citing, there does seem to be, in particular conditions, advantages to nonviolent protest, and none of us would disagree. Obviously, nonviolent protests have succeeded in some cases. There are cases where it works. Nonetheless, if you're going to say that categorically nonviolent protest has an advantage in terms of optics, if your empirical cases, especially the major ones, did not...
That's the thing, though. Oh my God, that's the thing, though. Optics are not the defining... Optics are not the things that guarantee success or a lack of thereof, okay? Once again, the suffragettes had horrible optics and they won. It's not about optics, it's about results, and optics do not guarantee results. Does that make sense? Please say it makes sense. We over-focus on optics.
That optic while they were operative. That's a bit of a problem for you.
But
that kind of removes your empirical basis.
Have that cartoon you're referencing was a piece of right-wing propaganda that failed, though.
Yeah,
like,
it didn't work.
That optic did work. Like that's why the thing that went all around the country and even internationally were those images of peaceful protesters getting beaten up by cops. That was the entire message, was that these peaceful protesters who were all suited up and just trying to absorb the blows are just taking it.
Hang on. What is your basis for saying that, though? You say it doesn't work, but
what did I say? It doesn't work.
The civil rights movement was
propaganda
passed. Like the civil rights succeeded. That's what I mean.
Yeah, they got the legislation passed. This was like one of the most successful decades in like African American history. No?
I think that the appeals to international audiences is, I think, separate from how it was perceived in the United States itself, because what reaches overseas is not necessarily going to be like the propaganda that's influencing the average American person, because though amongst Americans, MLK was super unpopular.
His popularity got quite big towards 65, and then it dropped again after, because a lot of movements which were not MLK's did become violent. Yeah. So the Vietnam protests. But no, the impression generally was that you're right, most of the Americans didn't support
like the nerd emoji
demonstrators at the time, especially like freedom riders.
Oh yeah, true.
They still
should make it
in favor of civil rights legislation, and the people they were more appalled by was the cops and the segregationists, because they were literally fucking burning buildings down, and like they blew up a church that got 4 black kids killed. Like that was what the people really condemned.
Yes, and let's not forget, right? Like,
okay, but what you're pointing to, though, is that in the absence of that extreme violence, that not taking place, that's violence by the opposing side. But suppose that hadn't happened. Your argument falls flat on its face. Fortuitous, I suppose, if those 4 black kids were killed. Your strategy works.
So it depends on which issue, right? The bus boycotts worked because no one used violence on either side. They just bankrupted a bus company, and then they were forced to desegregate. But no, you're right. Like Albany failed because the cops were being really strategic, and they didn't strike the protesters. So that's true. Yeah.
See,
like I mentioned that earlier.
This is the
I don't
issue
think they were
here,
even
is that
forced to
morality. The morality of the thing has.
Well, it was negotiated after the boycott, no?
one of the
I'm
problems we're
pretty
having,
sure the
especially-
negotiation was to bring it in line with other southern cities.
My goodness, I apologize.
One of the
No, it was not, because in Montgomery it was specifically there was a specific version of segregation in Montgomery. So in most other southern cities, it was seating whites front to back and blacks back to front, and then wherever you met in the middle, that was whatever, right? But in Montgomery, there was like a specific 10-person seating arrangement that was like
There
a
we
middle
go. It's
area
getting pretty good.
where, which was supposedly for everyone, but black people were asked to leave that middle area even when they had the right to be there. So like there was a very particular thing that they were fighting against. They didn't even fight for full desegregation of the buses. They fought for a different kind of
Well, what about the
segregation.
diner sit-ins? Let's
No, but
look
it was
at the
no,
bus
it
boycotts
was a
and diner sit-ins.
success. That bus boycott was considered a success at the time, though, wasn't it? They did push to get like the change without
it
violence on either
absolutely
side.
worked,
That's all I was saying.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they,
Yeah, no,
they
I'm not wrong. Yeah, okay, sure.
my
sorry.
point is that it was really modest. It was not desegregation. It was a different kind of segregation.
So yes, sometimes you don't get every single thing you want in the first time. It's an incremental process, and people don't like that. But incrementalism
Is that so?
works, and it's slow and it's frustrating. But that's how you eat an elephant, one bite at a time. Okay, you don't try to shove it all down your throat all at once. But the problem we're getting into here
What are
is
you
like
talking about?
incrementalism and why it's based. So, but the problem. we
No,
get into
but
here
hang,
is-
hang on, no, but
I really love this quote. I'm not sure who said the quote. That. Oh my god, I have to check who said the quote. Who was the streamer or creator or writer who said that? Yeah. At least, like, that we can't fault people for wanting to live before they die, you know? Like, yeah, incrementalism is great for people that already have everything that they want, but for marginalized people, it's a matter sort of living, right? If you don't get anything you want during your lifetime, that you might not even have a chance to really live before you die, right? Does that make sense? People should have an opportunity to live before they die. Like, incrementalism is great for people who already don't need to fight for basic rights. That's great for them. Hello, DexMex.
So but
explain how
seriously,
that-
Just saying, well,
yes.
it only got some success. So can we really characterize it?
Yeah, I mean,
as
that was true
success
before the
working?
50s as well. Before the
I'm not-
50s, they had Brown versus the Board of Education, which was that ruled segregation of schools unconstitutional. Yeah, there were loads of steps taken even before the 50s.
To be clear, I'm not saying it was unsuccessful. I was just disputing
And
what
what's your
what was
point?
said. I was correcting the record on what was being said about it. That it was a
Vosh is just stretching.
got the buses
Oh my
desegregated.
God.
It was not a success in that the buses got desegregated. It was a success in that they aimed for something pretty
It
small
brought it a
and they
step
ended up getting
closer
it.
to desegregation. Let's say that. How's that? Is that better?
Their broader goal. I mean, that was personally the broader goal of many of the movement leaders, but it wasn't the explicit strategy that they were employing. They were not going for that. They were not arguing for that to be the case. They were not asking for that. They were asking for a different kind of
Yeah,
segregation.
it was a first step in a larger plan and a larger movement to get eventually civil rights.
Was it?
Right, and it's still, to be clear, right? I don't think that the civil rights movement and the civil rights era fully got 100% of what it wanted or what it needed. I think there's still work we need to do, but I think that we can point to it as
there's still work we need to
resounding
do. What are you
success
referring to? What do you have in mind?
No,
when you
wait,
say there's
sorry.
still work
Like,
we need to do?
the timeline is well serious. So the company did what you said, but then they actually did desegregate fully in
Okay.
56, right? So that's the incremental. Yeah.
All
so-
right, that's fair.
Yeah, one
that's
thing at a
fair.
time. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a
Yeah.
nice conversation, isn't it?
Do you
No,
ever get answers from the question?
it's actually not.
No, I have no
I was going to
goddamn
say that
idea.
if you have one. I wanted you the threshold, right?
Yeah, at what point? Because the reason
Give
I
me a really-
asked this
hold on.
is because the deference to public opinion isn't really a reliable metric in the time.
True.
Depending on which polls you go by, something like 80% of whites didn't think that protesting would help the blacks' cause back during the civil rights.
Thank you, Vosh.
You know, I mean,
Put some sense into this. Take charge.
understand the protests were good anyway, but how do you make these determinations about whether or not any protest is violent,
Take charge, Vosh.
or if violence is the right answer?
Show
A
'em.
really good example of that is Mandela, because I like citing those people because they're like very successful at what they did, right? Is that they tried nonviolence for a very long time, but it was only after every like other
How was desegregating schools an elementary step? That was a huge step.
violent avenue had been exhausted that they resort to violence. That's usually because you get to a stage, whether it's like South Africa or Palestine or wherever, where violence basically becomes inevitable and you have to do something with it, which is what the ANC did. But that was, I mean, the threshold for that was like, I think Mandela adopted violence after the government forcibly removed 60,000 people from a village in a neighborhood in Johannesburg because they thought they were making the city too black, which is an insane threshold.
What?
I think one of the
So, yeah.
one of the assumptions that's kind of
I would love
undergirding
to
a lot of
hear
this, one of the assumptions that kind of undergirding a lot of this discussion, is that non-violence is efficacious, presuming that the protest is only against policy and not, for example, as in the case of the Iranian Revolution, against interference from some kind of colonial metropole. Your very country, not you, Lonerbox, of course, is established by means of a very violent protest.
Oh, are you talking about the Revolutionary War?
I am,
Right?
yes.
Yes, I will cede that prior to World War II, prior to the advent of mass media, the variables were changing.
No, of course, but you
and-
see the fundamental weakness of your position, though. You have to presume that the people who are protesting want the status quo to persist, but nonetheless.
Why do I have to assume that? And I
Well,
wanna
because
answer
the power,
Bosch's
because
question,
because
to
you're
be
a-
clear.
because you're
I'm
because
trying to
you're
answer
offering
Bosch's question,
because
but
you're
I have to
offering.
deal with you every time.
Well, no, because your arguments presume that all that is taking place is a shift in policy by the same
That's
powers.
not true. My
Yes, it is.
Even if you want
I see.
leadership,
No, it's
look
not.
at, what happened in I think Serbia back in '98, where they basically ousted the leader who tried to steal the election. Basically, the Butcher of the Balkans at the time tried to basically steal the election. And
Oh my gosh.
in that protest, entirely non-violent, keep him
Who's typing?
was actually successful in regime change, which is far better and far more I guess far more ambitious than simply policy changes. I'm talking about things where there's a secession of territory, like where occupation of a territory
Oh my
stops.
god.
Okay, these things work both on the policy level and also on the broader.
It's almost 6 a.m., Gigglers. How was desegregation schools a thing? And cool typing.
Overhaul, more kind of revolutionary level.
I'm a revolutionary.
The problem is it works whether your cause is just or unjust. We see a lot of very
Also, my cause is very.
bad actors adopting a lot of the rules for radicals playbook and a lot of these the playbooks of the more nonviolent resistance, civil resistance, to success, right? To their benefit.
Bad actors, more like badass.
Researchers are dealing with nowadays is
Am
that
I right?
He was
ways of
he was
going
fought
about
with
it
military
are effective
counteraction.
regardless of the morality of the.
More like
But real
badass.
quick before I forget, is that my line is when
Don't forget.
directly. Basically, it's a very high bar. I understand.
Wick, don't forget.
They have removed all other means of
Production.
change. So if they've prevented you can't vote anymore. They're putting you.
Wick is getting hung up on technology changes as well, mass media, etc. It's not about the tool we have available, it's about the social outcomes we have put into effect. True! Tools are helpful, but violence was used just as much before and after the printing press, the radio, mass TV, and now the internet. True! Also, optics do not dictate on whether or not a movement is successful. It's silly to try to claim that.
You in camps.
It's not
they
true.
are killing you. Yeah, there comes a point where you just have to take up on it.
So after after they've already succeeded in killing you is when we can start to.
Well,
to
you
rise
understand.
up.
Well, hang on, Sirius. You do need to remember the wise words of my prime minister: when you kill your enemies, they win.
I mean, the problem with that argument is that you're assuming that violence would have saved people beforehand, which again is like very
True. When you kill your enemies, they win.
depends on what you're talking about. I don't really know if
agree.
like
Yeah, but that
Yeah,
works
I don't
both
really know
ways,
if,
right?
Depends. That's
I don't. Yeah, but let's say you know that stupid fucking Ben Shapiro thing about if the Jews were armed, they could have stopped the Holocaust. Well, I'm like, no. If there were fucking Jews running around in 1930s Germany killing people, what do you think the response?
Did Ben Shapiro say that? Can someone link this? Okay, I need somebody to find this for me. Did Ben Shapiro unironically say that if Jewish people were armed, they would have... Link it to me. Because there was a meeting of the ghetto leaders in Warsaw before many of the deaths happened. Young people met with the leaders of the ghetto, the leadership of the ghetto, and the leaders said, no, we do not want to do any violent retaliation. Someone link this to me, please. I beg. And while the includes the Jews, it also includes, let's see, all right, everyone else who didn't organize against the Nazi party. Like, what time is Ben Shapiro talking about? Jewish people in Nazi Germany? There was only 500,000 in total in the entirety of Germany. Like, believe it or not, the amount of Jewish people in Germany was not that big before World War II. It was give or take 500,000 total in the entire country.
Jews are okay now. We'll just chill with them. No, they would have got worse, like quicker. But
Well, couldn't.
do you think the response? Oh, actually, I think fucking Jews running around in 1930s Shapiro thing about if the Jews were armed, they could have stopped the Holocaust. Well, I'm like, no. If there were fucking Jews running around in 1930s Germany killing people, what do you think the response? Oh, actually, I think Jews are okay now. We'll just chill with them. No, they would have got worse, like quicker. But
Well, it couldn't have hurt. I don't know,
I
dude.
don't know. I don't
At the
think
point,
that-
at the
I
point
think
where they're
the
rounding them
situation
up
with
and
the
at the
monster
point where they're
showdown
rounding them up
is
and putting them into a furnace, I'd say, give it a go.
do you think
I
in the
mean,
20s,
again-
like Jewish?
Like, keep in mind that there is no, like, no, don't even use this example. Here you go. Don't use this example. There were many reasons why Jewish people did not take up arms earlier against the Nazis. Ben Shapiro says trans people should be banned from owning firearms. Okay, let's see.
You have the entire media that has rallied around the idea that Tennessee Republicans are to blame. When a trans person shoots up a bunch of Christian school kids, Tennessee Republicans are to blame. So you have the Wall Street Journal with a piece titled "Tennessee Republicans Face Pressure After Nashville School Shooting."
Is he gonna say it here or?
Oh, it's the Republicans who are facing pressure. Naturally, it's not Democrats. It's not.
Is he gonna say that does he say the thing about Jewish people here or no? Okay.
People who promote a perverse ideology suggesting that boys can be girls. None of that. No. It's the Republicans, of course. Or perhaps it is the New York Times saying after mass shootings, Republicans expand access to guns. Right? Because, of course, the problem is the guns. It's not the problem of disturbed people, an increasing number of disturbed people, as we talked about yesterday on the show. It's none of that. Now,
Jesus, Ben Shapiro. I really would like someone to find me the thing, though. You know, the Jewish people
Jewish
armed.
militias would have been effective in like Germany.
Well,
He
I
didn't
think it's
say
probably
that-
quite easy
I didn't
to
say they
one
would
He
have
didn't
been.
say it would have
Wait,
been
wait,
effective.
doing
He
it
said it
what?
couldn't have hurt.
If one time traveler could make the difference, then presumably a time traveling militia of Jews would also be.
I'm just a painter. Why are all these people trying to kill me?
Hey, a new Netflix series coming out, right? The time traveling Jews. They're going back and solving all the world's problems. No, I think that again.
Like, that's... Oh my god. Like, the big thing about how, at least in Poland, the Jewish community functioned was that Jewish people said that we must endure. First and foremost, we must endure. That was the first and foremost sort of thing that people had on their mind, that we have endured for so many centuries that we will endure once again. That we are not like the movers, the changers, etc. Because the topic of this panel, let's sort of remind ourselves that it's about violence and political change, okay? So Nazi Germany occupying and killing people does not apply, because that would have been just defense against an aggressor and not a fight for change. So I'm not even sure why this example of Jewish people comes up at all in this debate.
Again, the problem with violence is once you open that box, it's like starting a wildfire. You can't necessarily control what happens after you kind of unleash this thing.
Well, you can anyways.
could
You already can't control what happens.
You can.
Yeah.
You have more options when you are less violent.
No, you don't.
What?
Wick, if people in your movement are engaging in
Wick,
Wick, no, Wick, no, this is important. You seem to have this conception of political movements as if you're like a faction, like a unit in a strategy game, where you can just pick the non-violent option. If members of that group engage in violence, and that is then used to characterize the whole group, thereby making, for example, maybe violence the only viable option available to them, and so on and so forth. That's not true in all cases. In fact, in the vast majority of cases, you don't have the capacity to redirect a movement once it's already committed itself to a certain type of action,
if you can't
or once a
control
certain type of action,
okay, if
or
you're in a situation where you cannot control what anyone else is doing, you have lost. But you
But
always
you can't-
have
Wick,
the
you
ability
can't- Wick,
to at least
Wick,
somewhat control.
Wick, no
what your
individual,
movement does.
Wick, in any
Successful
given
movements do.
in any given movement, the vast majority of people, maybe all of them, can't control the direction of the movement. Whose position are you assuming when you say control the direction of the movement?
Look at the simple.
Times, well, remember who's debating here. Why don't exactly stay perfectly on point? Look at Vosh still. Okay, it's timestamp. You found it? Here you go. Let's go, Ben. Give us the argument. Give us the argument, Ben. Give us the argument.
Federal government could do to prevent school shootings, Republican Don Young responded, "How many Jews were put into ovens because they were unarmed?" Now,
That's not exactly how it went. There's a whole article about why Jewish people did not stand up sooner against the oppressor, and the reason cited is never because Jewish people were not armed. Okay? That's not it.
now he later backpedaled and said he was taken out of context, but I think it's pretty clear what point he was trying to make.
So no, that's not it. Oh God. Evil Media, Rip Carson says Jews didn't need guns during the Holocaust. Armed resistance did work for Jewish people in the Holocaust. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising delayed the German deportation by months, and revolts in death camps did direct the resources from Nazi regime. Like, it's much more complicated than that. I'm sorry. Like, this is such a simplistic view of this whole situation. Let's start from the fact that the Jewish Warsaw Uprising was just basically a choosing of where people will die. It wasn't a fight to win. It was a fight to choose the place of death. Don't even. All right, let's continue for now.
Civil rights movement. Do you not think that MLK had very strict and tight controls over his?
He didn't have control. He had influence. And no, he didn't have unanimous control over every black civil rights actor or every black rights actor and so on and so forth.
The reason that the civil rights movement was so effectively nonviolent across the board was because multiple organizations were not like even I think it was like the overwhelming majority of Black Americans were pro nonviolence. Like Malcolm X was just like, I mean, he was represented a very small minority at the time. Yeah.
Yes, so you have that fortuitous situation. And Wick, I agree.
It wasn't fortuitous.
It was incredibly fortuitous.
Wait, no, stop.
It would take so little.
This argument that
no, it would take so. It would take. It would take so little. Wick.
No, this took
Wick.
work.
It was Wick.
Time. It took
Wick. Wick. What Loner Box? Wick. Wick. Wick.
Jesus.
Wick. What Loner Box is indicating is that there was this immense scaffolding that allowed, for example, protest doctrine to be enforced, to be disseminated.
How do you think that scaffolding came about? Do you think
because it happened to be the case that in this particular time, in this particular place, particular people formed organizations and community roots that allowed them to influence the movement of large numbers of people. That is not always the case. Sometimes, for example, protest is the result of top-down action and is spontaneous from multiple sectors at once, in which case none of these sectors has unanimous control over all of the others, and sometimes if some of them are engaging in violence, the only way to counter that violence, if you prioritize that, is to cut the legs out from the whole of the movement itself.
But again,
I think if you're talking about active violence, I think it should be quite easy. Like we can only act with the information we have right now. I think if you can just justify any particular act at a time, just do that, right? For example, looking back at Stonewall, I think that was perfectly justified because they were literally fucking raided in their space
My God.
for no fucking reason, right? The burning of the police precinct.
God, I love
don't
this
know
man.
if that should be after George Floyd died, right? I don't think that should maybe be adopted as a strategy, but they were perfectly justified in doing that. The state literally failed the people they were supposed to protect by letting one of their agents murder a guy. So, but
I mean,
that's
that's
just
what
take an
we're
incident.
advocating for.
But is anyone advocating the how would I put this? Fuck. I feel like I can't even ask this question.
I can
because
get
it's
behind
like
that.
Fed posting, but if we're talking about, does anyone think that America in 2023 is in a stage where violence would be a reasonable strategy?
Wait, violence blanketly? What the fuck does that mean?
Well, okay, so
You just
Well,
mentioned
no,
people.
Yes, look, no. Yes, I agree. No, yes. I will say yes. Wait, yeah, but I'm answering.
Hello, Emmanuel.
I agree.
Hello.
My preferred policy position
Oh my God.
is kill. Just kill.
Okay, memes aside, I'm curious what Doe thinks. Doe.
I need
do
to
you
clarify what I
think-
mean by violence.
Please.
So I-
No, I understand. Well, I want Doe to answer the question. Doe.
A
Do
deer.
you think
Continue.
do you think that in 2023 in America, violence, in whatever form you want to define it as, is the answer here? Do you advocate or would you advocate for
Hello, my dear.
agitation, disruption, protest, whatever you want to call it? Can you elaborate? I want to give you space to elaborate because I don't want this
Sure.
to be Fed posting, right?
I want to give you space.
I think that so I care about what's just, and I think that solidarity is the method of justice and freedom, and that I
And
think
love and
it's a far
solidarity.
better, tactic than blanketly nonviolence. I think that like knowing that the person next to you will help de-arrest you if you're at a protest and a cop starts engaging in violence against you, or knowing that like you know these kinds of things. I think that I do think that violence is acceptable in certain cases in certain times in 2023 America. Like
True.
yeah, but
De-arrest as in like fight off the cop who's arresting someone.
de-arrest? Yeah. Have you ever seen a de-arresting?
I mean, it sort of happened in Poland. It was a very, very loud case. Yeah. I know what it's talking about, definitely. The infamous attack on the police when a non-binary activist was arrested, yeah. I would say that it created a big, big discussion about trans people in Poland. So, you know, That's a positive.
Yeah,
At a
like I don't know if I haven't seen one, but it's okay. So
never-
a cop's
you never
arresting
seen-
someone. No, I haven't seen it, but a cop's like Just Up Oil, like they're getting arrested, and other people should like muscle the cops off of the protester.
Yeah.
This is a very common protest tactic. It's called de-arresting. You should look into it.
Well, hang on.
You don't even-
hang on a
Okay,
second.
and if you want other
You
people
don't
to do
even need to
that,
muscle them off. Like, what if you just like block their access to their vehicle? Like we
That
said,
too.
blocking traffic is
You're
is
committing
non-violent,
violence against
so-
the monopoly on legitimate physical violence, serious.
Usually
so-
people like push them over, push the cops over, stuff like that. That's
Yeah, we actually had a very tangible example of that in Poland. Spoilers, though, on the debate. I mean, we can see that, but thanks. Thank you, Paul, on that. That is actually true. It is coming to an end, and yeah, Doe seems to be winning. Vosh!
method in protest to stop them from.
Also, as always, if you enjoy what I do, please consider donating to yours truly to be able to do things, and consider buying the things on my throne. My throne. Okay, thank you. Commando W. True.
tying someone or whatever. They like, they help break the zip ties and push the cop over.
Yeah,
Well,
and
I'm
then
just
they
gonna say,
assimilate them
right?
back
Yeah,
into the
wait, just
tribe.
gonna say first of all, do so at your own risk, then sure. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. We're not demanding sacrifice, but any good movement for social change will accept some sacrifice because that's how it goes.
True. That's actually true.
I wonder, and I don't know, and this is a legitimate question.
I know.
I wonder if it would be more efficacious to allow the arrest, right? Because again, we have
For
other
True.
Efficacious for who?
That's a great
want
question.
to do the change.
The police are famously
No, that's come on, Wick. No, stop. Me and Atlas just reacted to what followed his video on channel. We thought you were reacting to the reaction in live at first. No. Oh my gosh. No. We are watching the panel. It would have been funny though if I reacted to your reaction live.
the police famously arrest people as a secret insidious protest move in favor of the protesters because they know that arresting the protesters is only to the advantage of the
show-
protesters.
Yeah, if you could
not
demonstrate an unjust arrest, if you could demonstrate that somehow, which I don't even think you necessarily need to interfere with the police to do so. And this is part of the martyr. This is an extension of the martyrdom idea strategy, right?
No, that's bullshit. I'm sorry. Like, I'm gonna give a clear example of an unjust arrest. Non-binary activist vandalized a truck that rode around Warsaw and had just anti-LGBT hateful messages on it. Arrested. I would call it an unjust arrest. The government does not agree. There was a protest which was basically a de-arresting, as Doe called it, and it sparked a whole huge conversation about trans people in Poland. So, yeah, of course. And it would not be more good for people to just let the non-binary activists to be arrested. That's just ridiculous. I'm sorry.
If you can demonstrate an unjust arrest, that's going to be extremely effective for your movement. Whereas theoretically,
You mean if you can win?
as
What if
opposed
it's
to
not
interfering
unjust?
with the police in an unjust way, in a way that is not interfering with an arrest that is otherwise not considered unjust, all that's going to do is arm critics of your movement.
No, that's actually not true. The protest, the de-arresting happening in Poland actually created great sympathy for the people involved, for the protesters, because, yeah, the protesters jumped on the police car, but the protesters were handled violently. They were dragged to the police cars and drove to random prisons. In fact, and this is an interesting little trivia, the police was so incompetent in the whole thing that they arrested random people off the street that had nothing to do with the protest. Some of them were people, tourists, that just came to Poland for vacation or something, and they were arrested off the street. So yes, actually the de-arresting that happened in Poland was an incredible optic boost in many ways. Yeah. Maybe we should just read about it. Like the fact that the arrested person, that the police did not allow a lawyer to get in contact with the arrested non-binary activist for 2 weeks. 2 weeks without a lawyer. So that's, yeah, of course I'm gonna agree with Doe here, of course.
No,
How would you-
not necessarily. So
Well, yeah, necessarily.
Loner brought,
No,
Loner
not
brought
physical
necessarily.
solidarity is not
We
an
have
idea.
literally no evidence on this. Stop saying necessarily.
So, okay, can I
course
say,
people
because
are-
Lonerbox brought up an example of this earlier, with the contrast between the protests before Bull Connor and then the Bull Connor protests. Like, I don't remember the exact names, but as he was saying, like, before that, the police were really prepared and they arrested protesters and they actually made provisions to send them off to
I'm
offsite
so glad somebody's saying things that Doe is saying. Stop saying necessarily. Yeah.
jails. And the protesters got basically nowhere. And it wasn't until they came up against Bull Connor, who was like psycho, right? And started arresting people willy-nilly and like giving the orders to, or not giving the orders, but like the police got itchy trigger fingers, so to speak, right? And that ended up contributing to the martyrdom that we're talking about, right? So
Yes, the more violent the cops are, the more it's good for your
yeah,
movement.
but no, but that's the thing though, is right. Not all arrests are quote unquote unjust, right? Quote unquote unjust from the perspective of the legal
Can you give
system.
me- so
So
let-
if we're
I-
if you,
look,
you
I
maybe
wanna-
you need to
can you define
de-arrest.
that?
What?
Who cares about the legal system? You do know that you can have a violent regime and it will set up law that all horrible arrests will be just in the eyes of the legal system. Like that's what sort of an argument is that? That not all arrests are illegal in the eyes of the justice system. Who cares about what?
So
So
let-
if we're
I-
if you,
look,
you
I
maybe
wanna-
you need to
can you define
de-arrest. What? So
let-
if we're right, quote unquote unjust from the perspective of the legal
can you give
system.
me- so
So
let-
if we're
I-
if you,
look,
you
I
maybe
wanna-
you need unjust from the arrests are quote unquote unjust, right? Quote unquote unjust from the perspective of the legal
can you give
system.
me- so
Yeah.
So
let-
if we're
I-
if you,
look,
you
I
maybe
wanna-
you need to
can you define
de-arrest. What?
So I'm asking. So when you say it's not unjust, are you talking about someone who's gone and blown up a police building?
No. we're
How about this,
talking-
Wick?
Then what
How
are
about
you
this?
talking about?
How about this?
I'm talking
How about someone?
normal-
I have to read the thing again from my notes from the conference. I have to read it again, don't I? I'm so glad that I've got my notes. I hope I can still read them. One moment. Because this is really something that people don't keep forgetting. Okay? Please. Please. Where is it? Where is it? One moment. There we go. There we go. We assume law is not barbaric. Law can be barbaric. Not all laws lead to genocide, but all genocides came to be from barbaric law. I think that speaks for itself. I don't think I need to say any more than this quote, okay?
How about someone who cements themselves in front of steamrollers and whatnot on legally sold land that is the traditional territory of some group, okay? That is not an unjust arrest in the eyes of the law. They are actually obstructing someone's rightful disposition of their own property. However, nonetheless, like they are protesting the unjust misappropriation of an entire community's traditional territory,
Sure.
etc.
If you want to do that, but you have to. So
But
in that
you-
case, I think be arresting hurts your cause rather than helps it.
How?
I think that allowing yourself to be
Because-
arrested
How?
has a much bigger.
No,
impact
because
on
because
me.
you cannot. No, because the criteria for being
Thank you for the tier 2 subscription, Maya Major. No white names allowed. Thank you for gifting the tier 2 subscription to Palm Dad. Sunday is kind of gonna say the same thing, isn't he? Yes. Because President Sunday is based, and that is why I am the Orbiter. It's the books aren't, well, actually, it's not the books. I went to a conference, but you know, it's basically the same thing. I went to a conference where I listened to books that happen to be alive. That sounded bad. We're gonna have to get a square on the shelf.
able to use an unjust arrest as a protest move is predicated on being able to establish it as unjust before a general public. But the general public is presumably going to be the general public of some legal system, right?
No, because what you're doing
What?
when you allow yourself to be arrested is you're highlighting and calling attention to an unjust law. Look,
That doesn't
I'm doing
follow.
this,
Does
and
every
No, that it's no. Wick lives in some fantasy land. That never works like it never works like that. No. What? Are you kidding me? Do you know what happens when people just let themselves be arrested? Do you know what the rest of society looking at it thinks? Oh, so they just got arrested. So I guess there's nothing we can do because all that will happen is that we're gonna get arrested. So we might as well be complacent and give up. That is what happens. Like, come on. That was so brainy. It came back to life. Just and oh my god. When has that worked? Oh yeah, I'm just gonna let myself be arrested because it's gonna highlight an unjust law. I was getting sleepy, but this woke me right away. Like, oh god. Ah, yes. If only I allow myself to be arrested, then I guess people will see how unjust the. No. No.
Every
no.
single
Get arrested for this,
Wait.
and police can do.
No. That just demonstrates the existence of a law, Wick. That's all.
Yeah,
if you want to
protest could-
change the law,
The goal of a protest could be to draw attention
Wait,
to a law, right?
maybe
Like, for
the
example.
protest that's being engaged in isn't one against the law that you're being arrested under.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. Ah, yes. The ultimate protest move is to get arrested on purpose. What? Oh, come on. Yes, the ultimate alpha Chad protester move. I'm just gonna get out there and get arrested, and that way people will see how bad the law is. I'm smart. I'm
For
smart.
example, police officers oftentimes say this has been deemed a like you're not allowed to gather here anymore. This is an illegal gathering now, even though it is a legitimized protest. You know, they got permission from the city or whatever. They will declare it now illegal and start arresting people who are there. Like, you're not trying to change.
This ogre is smarter than Wick. Let me, like... Oh my god. This ogre is smarter than Wick on the topic of protests. Master, I'll just get arrested. Oh my god, I'm being too mean. I should tone it down. I don't know. Or maybe not. Or maybe I should dial it up.
By protesting whatever it is you're protesting.
Yeah,
whether
yeah.
racial
So
injustice or whatever.
So your thesis, Wick, is that they should allow themselves to get arrested because then it will highlight the law against squatting on someone else's property. That's not what they're protesting. But they're not protesting squatting
Well,
on someone.
I'll give you a real world example of this, right? So there have been
BlackRock.
people who've been arrested. I'll give you a real world example. There's people who've been arrested.
Oh boy.
Why is it whenever we bring up an example, you just like say, "Oh, we have to talk about the generalities. We have to talk about the generalities." But now
Because
you're
we can
like,
go
getting to
back
bring up
and
your
forth on
own
specific
examples.
examples all night long, and we can say, "Well, in this example."
But then
this
what were you
example,
just
but we have
doing, Wick?
data.
That's what you were doing. You were
we
bringing
have
up a specific
data.
example.
That was so giga-brained. It brings up very good point. Also important to note, threatening arrest will make some people start to leave because a lot of people if arrested could lose their livelihood if their boss isn't sympathetic to their politics. Gotten serious. And of course, famously, the non-binary person who got arrested said that the non-binary person uses she/her pronouns, by the way. She said that she does not expect to live long in this country, Poland being the country.
Well,
Because the general data just disproves you. And
now we're talking about the
would be a
general
very
data.
good
We've moved from every single time we talk about the general data, problems with the general data. Well, hang on, I've got a specific example. Well, hang on, Wick, but the general... No, but you can go back to the general data all you want. Okay, fine. Well, there's a specific example. We have a counter-specific example. Well, the specific example doesn't establish anything. We have the general data.
I think there's a difference between using an example to point to as a representative example versus using an example as either a typification of how things can, well, yeah, basically that, versus using an example as a typification or an example of how things can work. Or
Yeah, but
that's what I was
relies
doing.
on you having demonstrated that it's a representative example. And
Well, no, that's what I'm
Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Welcome back.
tested again. Have been in the context of using.
All right, hit me with the challenge. Hit me, fake Alec Kyle Parker. I'm ready. I'm actually so wide awake from what happened here with Wick. And I really want to talk with Doe now. Oh god, we need to... Is there a chance that we can talk to Doe anytime soon? Is there a chance for that? It's for another day. Okay. I'm ready to hear the challenge. I'm so ready. I'm more ready than ever before. I'll look into it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Them as arguing them as representative or applicable to a more
Yeah,
representative
but you have
like
to
whole.
lay the groundwork for them being representative. You can't just say this is representative and then
Well, wait,
just...
he's saying that ours were unrepresentative, and that's what Wick was
Yes.
pointing out. But I don't think that that's true, because the entire thing that we've been saying is not that these are purely representative of every single social movement, but that these are events which occur and which you cannot just dogmatically
Well,
refuse
I
on
just-
the basis of nonviolence,
I see
because
to that.
many of the biggest ones are they still have to do with violence.
I've
Violence
already
is still
seeded
part.
the ground that there are specific incidences, right? There are specific scenarios, there are specific contexts where violence is not only justified but moral as well.
We win.
It's not
Boom.
only moral, but
Good job, gang.
But that's not the argument, as I said in my opening statement. My opening statement was
You may
clear.
say so,
It's
but the name of the
not
debate is
that
nonviolence versus violence.
or that violence never can work. My argument is that in general, non-violent civil resistance is more efficacious.
But you haven't established it.
They have not demonstrated that in any way
In
possible.
fact, every single state that exists, every law-giving entity with
Oh my god, is it bad that the sounds of President Sunday eating sound more pleasant to my ear than the arguments that Wick is trying to present with the whole just, you should just let yourself be arrested. Like, I rather listen to President Sunday loudly eat than to Wick trying to explain why people should just let themselves be arrested. Is that weird? Hello. Thank you. Nuclear, from what I've heard, is kind of a big issue. I don't know. You must watch a bunch of nuclear-related videos I've curated while playing Pokemon Uranium. You accept? Yes. Yes. Is it a challenge for $25, or is it or are you making the message for $25 and the challenge has a different sum attached or something? Also, I have actually a really important segment related to that, which makes me not trust the Polish government with nuclear at all. It's a 175. I will give you on day off. Okay. Nice. Wait, so when would you like me to perform the challenge is the question, I guess. Oh God, there is a whole thing happening in Poland that's related to that, and it's horrible. So I've got to, okay, I'm actually going to read a book I'm going to read a book about nuclear, about the Chernobyl incident, to also be additionally ready. Yeah, in Poland. There's a whole thing in Poland related to storing waste. And it's so bad that we need to talk about it soon. Poland doesn't have nukes, but Poland has waste, toxic waste that it's storing irresponsibly, and also Poland might want to build a nuclear reactor, which is not the same as nukes, but... And I do not trust Poland to store nuclear waste responsibly. Let me just say that. All governments have toxic waste. It's called the Senate. Well, I'm talking about a different type of toxic waste. The actual toxic waste. I'm just gonna say, as a bit of a trailer / teaser to the segment that I want to prepare on the topic, that a cold sweat went down my, spine when I saw footage of 5-6-year-old kids playing around containers with toxic waste in it because it was dumped somewhere in the middle of nowhere. And little kids just go and play with the waste. Amazing. Amazing. So we definitely, it's a good thing that you've that the challenge I accept the challenge. So you will give me the videos to watch, yes? Okay. Yeah, but I don't trust the Polish government to not screw up with the materials. Like I have no trust in the Polish government not to mess up with the storage of the dangerous materials. Oh boy. Like, it's about safely storing the material. And in Poland, it's just dumped. It's not even stored. That's the thing. The thing that I want to talk about is a lot of toxic materials that's not stored. It's dumped, okay? For some reason that nobody's able to explain. It's just dumped in a place where anyone can just go there and, I don't know, get intoxicated with the toxic waste. And, we need to talk about this. Definitely. We've got a new emote. Okay, let's continue with the...
Established by violence is why sociology generally refers to states, refers to law-giving entities, refers to authorities and sovereigns as those who hold a monopoly on violence. Why? Because it is violence which establishes the case in every
But
single
by that
case.
definition of violence, voting is violence, and no one understands voting to be violence, so come on.
Well, also, the appeal to history and the creation of states is a little weird, because a lot of states were authoritarian, regimes were overthrown, wars were had, like, none of us are as saying that in the case, like...
They were overthrown, really? Were they peacefully overthrown? Were these regimes overthrown by non-violence? What are you referring to?
Well, in some cases, yes, but no, that's generally...
No!
That's my point.
In no cases. Never in the history of mankind has a state been overthrown non-violently.
That's actually not true. Oh no, President Sunday. Oh no. Oh, don't say that, President Sunday. Don't say, oh no.
No cases. Never in the history of mankind has a state been overthrown non-violently.
Don't say that, President Sunday. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm forced to do it as the President Sunday orbiter. I am forced to do it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let me find the wiki. Oh boy. Okay, I'm not even going to look it up. It was Poland. It was Poland in 1989. Okay? It was Poland in 1989. And yes, there was a risk of violence, but in fact the state was overthrown in a non-violent way. It wasn't that the half of the Soviet Union. Basically, yeah. But Poland was first, so, you know, Poland was the first one. But yes, don't say that, President Sunday. Because you're setting yourself up a bit. Yes, we do have to add some new ones, but you really cannot say that never in the history of ever has a state been overthrown without violence. We cannot say that. Because it was a collapse of entire bloc, Eastern Bloc. Yeah. But it's, you know, yeah, there is a lot of new ones. Like even in Poland in 1989, there was still a threat of violence because soon before the round table, there were big protests in certain cities. The state simply saw the writing of the wall that everything was about to collapse and decided to get as much as it can out of it. But it sort of, on the other hand, does not change the fact that the state was sort of dethroned in a non-violent manner via the round table thing. So you can't say that it never happened in the history of ever. But yes, the main reason why this could have happened in Poland and then in all of the other places was because the Soviet Union was basically collapsing. Yeah. Yeah. Karasu is correct that we need to add nuance and caveats. But that's a whole different, that's a whole topic that we could make dedicate a few whole streams to, and we will probably. I do plan to do it.
That's
I don't think.
not true, but that's not even my point. All of us agree.
But you
here.
said it.
And Letterboxd. I'm sorry. This is about.
No, but that's a concession. That's a concession that damns you. Because what you just Professor Mead.
Wait,
hold on.
Me first, then Mead.
Go ahead, Professor Mead.
And yes, I'm gonna be honest. Professor Mead is the weakest link in this whole panel. It may be cruel, it might be rough, but Professor Mead is the weakest link. Also, important thing, Karasu, to add to this whole discussion, if you're still here. President Sunday has a beautiful banana duck on the shelf. So I'm gonna put a squid on the shelf. I still disagree with Sunday's statement, but it's also a bit more complicated than to say there was no violence. Yes, yeah, that's true. Yeah, absolutely. Like I actually even discussed this with my mom, because my mom, along with my father, they were part of the opposition. Okay, they were part of the opposition, and there are friends with the main actors of the system change that happened in Poland. So she was really in the weeds, so to speak. And yeah, there were literally protests starting near to when the roundtable started. And of course, there was the potential of violence that the anti-government opposition held. So the violence might have not happened, but the potential for it was certainly there as well. If that makes sense. So the act of overthrowing was not violent, but the whole movement was not non-violent. If that makes sense. There were many protests along the way. There were many riots along the way. It's a big, complicated process that happened. So yeah, I agree with Karasu. Which, of course, I will agree with Karasu. Karasu is extremely familiar with the history of yeah.
Go ahead, traitor.
What I'm saying is that no one here is saying either that there is no situation in which a war is justified, or that the overturning of an authoritarian state or something like that is never justified, and none of us are saying that if.
And then we had talked the greater system in the Warsaw Pact and USSR, which collapse involved the violent. Yeah, that's true. And the only reason why the non-violent thing was possible in Poland was because of the situation in the USSR. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was actually the third thing that Mom said. That it basically was just because of the USSR, and that the Polish government saw the writing on the wall like that the Polish government basically saw that since it was all over, then there was no point in fighting. Like the only thing that made sense in the moment for the communist government was to not be, not to get violence and to get as much in their favor out of the situation as possible. That's, yeah. And they actually did get quite a lot, which is another topic altogether.
If you decide, in any case in history, to do those things, that violence is not a reasonable way to do it. Of course, if you're going to literally overthrow a regime and institute a revolution, violence is justified. That's not the conversation.
So what you're saying, to be clear, is that violence is only justified in cases. Violence is only unjustified in cases where you're trying to make particular policy changes, but not for some reason in cases where you want to overthrow the entire normative structure.
Well, I think.
Well, no, I'm saying specifically that violence is justified.
No, but here's the problem though. No, but here's the problem. If you concede that in history we have myriad cases of entire legal systems being overthrown and restructured,
and people really overstate how much optics count when it comes to the victory of movements. I posit that the optics don't really matter much at all. That they're a much smaller factor than people say that it is. In non-revolutions only, sorry, he says that like it's such a horrible idea.
Organized, etc., by violence. Well, that's basically it. That makes it an intrinsically efficacious force.
Well, yeah, but if we're talking about a protest, the point of a protest isn't to do a insurrection. That's an insurrection.
Well, that's not entirely true. So, for example, hang on. Wait. The Iranian Revolution.
That's not true. The protests that happened, I can speak of Poland. The protests that happened in Poland were not an insurrection. They started out as protests against the government because of how badly things were run. But the goal of the workers in, the shipyard, etc., it was not to just overthrow the government. Like that became sort of a goal as the movement grew. And even then, the members of the movement did not expect the fall of the regime to happen during their lifetime. So, no. Oh God, Sandy is so loud. I love him, but oh my God, his voice is like evil thunder against my rattled, achy skull.
Revolution was cited as an example.
That's actually true. President Sunday is louder than everybody else. But that's because President Sunday is based and though as well. And serious. And here we have, oh God. Have I already said that this Professor Meat person is the weakest link here?
Peaceful protest earlier.
It was.
That was precisely that, though.
Okay, so you're telling me a minute ago
it
when
was
you
a
said
revolution that was non-violent that we can point to that overthrew a regime.
Yeah.
So you're on.
No, I would define that the Iranian Revolution was peaceful.
Wait. Okay, Wick.
Yeah. So again, you cited that there's been no regime change that has happened that has been non-violent. But again, we can point to 1979 revolution in Iran. That was entirely non-violent.
But it wasn't entirely non-violent. It wasn't entirely non-violent. Wick, how did the Shah? Hang on. How did the Shah get ousted? Was he elected out of office? You don't know, of course. No, he wasn't. It was not a non-violent thing at all. It was.
I mean, in 1989 in Poland, the so-called communist government was actually quite literally voted out of office, but the road to there was not non-violent. So you have to look at the whole process.
It was marked by frequent attacks by the secret police against, for example, funeral arrangements and so on and so forth.
Again,
it was not non-violent.
That didn't help the state; it hurt the state. that
We're
violent.
not talking about whether or not the state was violent. We're talking about.
Yes,
I think it's pretty standard history that the Iranian Revolution, like on the revolutionary side, they were mostly, not completely, but mostly non-violent.
Yeah,
Okay, but that not completely part is
99%.
important because the non-violent part didn't take over the state.
Is that
It-
true?
It absolutely did.
I did.
Because
I read up in this the last
Khomeini
time
got
that
like
it was discussed.
90-something% of the vote. Right?
So basically, what happened is that because the Ayatollah stressed martyrdom as an Islamic principle, the protests were generally oriented around nonviolence. However, they were marked with frequent rioting, and the closer they
Uh-oh.
taking over the government, the more violence became like an act of the state. So, for example, the Ayatollah worked initially alongside communist and secular groups like the Revolution or the National Front, National Front, I think. But then the closer they got towards actually achieving the full insurrection, the more sort of institutional.
Vosh is a very engaged moderator.
There were mass killings of the people who previously worked with him.
Yes, and guerrilla warfare was frequent. Sorry, go on, Doe.
Oh, I think
I don't know if he's the weakest link. He seems to be. I'm sorry. Meat seems to be the weakest link. That was the case of Hungary too. The dismantling of the regime had been executed in the legal structures within the old regime. Yeah. Exactly. But I assume that as well. I assume that in Poland as well as in Hungary, the road leading up to that was not non-violent. Because there was a lot of violence in Poland along the way to get to that point. A lot of riots, a lot of protests, arrests, etc. There was a violent murder of a priest by the government, who became a martyr for the opposition. Norbert is quite much ignorant too. A lot of time gestured the majority of people mean like this by violence. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. Fudge doesn't move.
it's actually.
Oh, was that
So,
you?
were you gonna say something? I think I was
No,
gonna say
you're good.
something. Yeah. So, what I was gonna say is that, like, I think the Iranian Revolution is also interesting insofar as it necessitated, at least at the end, violence against part of the protest movement, right? Like they required it. Like, how do you think they?
This violence doesn't solve anything. Position reeks of civility politics, but to an extreme, which is kind of funny to me. Like, we do need to understand that if there is no violence or threat of violence, then the status quo has no reason to change anything, really. If there is no threat of violence or violence, the status quo can just be upkept without consequence. Remember, 80s was especially good decade for Hungary in general. We did not have the solidarity movement like popular movement. Serbia also required violence, and then and White denied that, right? Yeah.
Suppressed the communists and their former allies after they overthrew the government. Like, they
I
had.
think it would have been better if they hadn't.
I agree that
So
it would.
well, I just what
But-
do you
but
what
what
do
do
you
you
mean
think-
necessary?
But you're talking about success, are you not?
Mhm.
You're talking about success. Do you not agree that part of the
I'm just gonna be
quote-unquote
real. A
success?
fascist theocracy, right, is not my definition of total success. It's partial success, right?
No,
But-
no, in the literature, when you say success, we mean achievement of
They
movement
their
goals.
goals,
We don't
Do you
mean
think they
we
would have
like the
not?
goals.
Do you think they still could have achieved their goals without killing the communists? I think they could.
I don't think that they would have been nearly as successful, because then they would have had
agree.
another political bloc that they would have had to
True.
contend with.
I feel like I added too much in that last, so I'm going to balance it out and provide an example of what could be argued to be an insurrection that was properly nonviolent. The People Power Revolution in the Philippines. which was an effort to oust a corrupt leader and succeeded, an end to a 20-year dictatorship. A famously peaceful series of protests. You can look it up. Enormous participation. Obviously, there were riots in the course of these protests. It's fairly inevitable, but the character of them was overwhelmingly peaceful.
Yes,
I think
and we can look
Armenia
at this
2018 is another good example as well. That was like that was a very peaceful revolution. Yeah.
in the Serbian in the 1998 again. I'm going to refer to that. We can go example over example of this, right? So your characterization of every single state has come to power through violence is just not true.
And it doesn't even matter because if, like, assuming that it is justified.
Well, hang on.
No one here disagrees that
Slow
assuming that
down.
it's justified to have a revolution, that you can't use violence. No one here thinks that.
The state is that entity which obtains a monopoly on the legitimate force of violence. It becomes a state by assuming that role.
Yeah.
Of
Yeah, but your original
disseminating.
point. Your original
That
point
doesn't
was
contradict the
that
fact
history.
that the events before they changed power is like mostly nonviolent, right?
That's
Yeah, your point was that.
Like if I say
throughout
that the
history-
Armenian Revolution, was mostly nonviolent, and you say, but they adopted the state.
but
which
if the
means it's violent,
no,
it's
but
really
if
contradictory.
the critical moment involves acts of violence that give it the control of the state, and that's what cements the success of the movement.
Well, again, in Poland and in Hungary, from what Karas is saying, the cementing was actually non-violent. Serbia 1998-2000 is a very much bad example. It involved a NATO intervention, Kosovo targeting Serbian military in 1999. If a nation cannot change, then violence will occur. True. Status quo cannot continue if people dislike it and simply speak up. Take D&D as an example. The D&D rulebook clearly states that the DM can make up any rules and run the game how they want, but it doesn't say this. If all the players don't want to play the type of game you're running as a DM, they will all quit, and you don't have a game. You're now writing a very depressing novel. And you see in the parliament set on fire in 2000. Yeah, correct.
Then the success of the
Well, yeah,
movement
like as
was
soon
due
as
to violence.
the Ayatollah took control in Iran.
Similarly, but we don't even need
yeah.
something that's strong. So, for example, in order to like dogmatically hold to the idea that nonviolence was sufficient, you need to be able to go back and say, well, at any given point, if the circumstances which permitted the success of this movement involved violence by any other actor that was more or less on side, you basically have to assert that it would be impermissible, strategically or morally, to manufacture that if that wasn't present. If for whatever reason that event did not fortuitously take place. That's a very strong claim you have to make.
So again, you keep acting like we have to prove that in every single situation, nonviolence is the answer, and that's absolutely not what we have to do.
Well, that's
All
not.
we have to
Well, hang on.
demonstrate- all
We don't have to.
show
We don't have
is that
to.
in most cases,
But you haven't shown that in most
There's more.
cases. You have a handful at
every-
best, if I correct every one of the cases you provided.
again, after post-World War II, let's be clear. And again, I can cite the works of Erica Chenoweth, who has done
After post-World War
longitudinal
II?
study over
What?
1,000 cases of not longitudinal. My mistake. I misspoke.
When
She's
is
done with a large sample size.
when is
of events.
post World War
1900
II?
to 2006, and we can again, as she identifies it,
I'm very disappointed in the loner box not pointing out how the Serbia was a wrong example. It shows me how unserious he is. I mean, loner box's side, in particular, Professor Mead said that nobody in academia takes the topic of violence as an instrument of change seriously, which is a ridiculous thing to say. How many times after post-World War II nonviolent approach failed? 56 Hungary and 68 Prague, for example. Yep, exactly. Both are excellent examples, by the way. And keep in mind, the Czechoslovakia in 68, it wasn't even It was the government trying to peacefully enact certain changes. So, you know. So that's just, yeah. Exactly.
Non-violent civil resistance movement was more efficacious, especially after World War II.
No.
Could I ask a question? Sorry, if we're talking post World War II, because yeah, obviously the word.
Or Belarus 2020 for that matter.
I'm generally asking, I don't know.
True. Oh my god, so true. Exactly. Belarus, yeah, excellent example. God, Belarus 2020 should have been much more violent. In fact, it would be, that's a whole other tangent, but Belarus, it would be so, if Belarus could actually stand up right now during this war. Because what, is Russia going to divert forces to Belarus in the middle of the war with Ukraine? You see this in Russia failing too, yes. Iran had so many peaceful protest movement failed. True. Would have ended better off if Lukashenko was ousted. Like, it's now is the time for Belarusian people to stand up, but I'm afraid that's not gonna happen.
Is there an example in the United States post World War II of a movement achieving its goals through violence, predominantly?
I think that depends on who you ask. There were elements of the anti-war protests with Vietnam that were decried as violent by hawks and conservatives, but I don't think the movement as a whole would be considered violent.
Wait, why are people saying Stonewall? Was that like?
Yeah, did they? I
Was
think
that
there
the?
some
I
property
feel like
damage.
Stonewall was a pretty big exception in the movement, to be honest.
Are we
What?
presupposing success? Because most movements do fail.
True.
Yeah, but that's why I'm asking if like there was any predominantly violent movement in the U.S. that
I'm-
achieved like a particular legislation or.
I want
Like a
Sirius to
political-
weigh in on this because I'm pretty sure he quoted Chenoweth directly counter to this.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for that quote as we speak. So
Find it, please.
Regardless, I don't know how important it is that anything be done purely with violence or as like, you know.
No, we've been
predominantly
willing.
with.
Yeah,
Like
we've been
I'm
willing to
not
concede
concede
it was
from
like a
go that
part
there
of
are
the strategy,
contextual.
right?
Okay.
There are
This is
yeah, go on.
okay. I have the quote, right? So this is from a 20.
Stonewall kicked out police officers. That is how it. Yeah, exactly. Of course, Stonewall was super. Yeah, I even gave Stonewall as an example a long time ago in this whole panel. And by the way, I'm not against peaceful movements, but against categorically denial of preparing for yeah, because maybe it's. I hope it's not a hot take, but if the status quo, if there's not a threat of violence, if there's no violence or potential for violence, then what is the incentive to make any changes? There are none. No, it's okay. Yeah, the cockroach man. That's the person.
2023 paper by Chenoweth. So this
That is the
here.
person.
Can you
These-
DM it to me too, so I can? read
Yeah,
the
sure.
context?
We have, like, even in the abstract, we have suggests that organized armed violence appears to reduce the chances of otherwise nonviolent movements to succeed, whereas unarmed collective violence has more ambiguous effects. So even Chenoweth doesn't have like this absolutist stance that you attribute to her. I sent it in the group chat.
So,
and, Like
again,
she reviews multiple
she's not
studies.
saying, and again, she is not saying that in every case violence doesn't work, and in every case nonviolence does work. She absolutely doesn't.
Also,
say that.
I'm-
What she's saying is that there is an advantage sometimes, at least some
Do
studies.
you have a word
suggest-
count, like a page where this quote is?
It's not paged.
I've been.
Uh,
I
But
have
it's in
two
the
things.
abstract. You can look in the abstract.
I have two things to say very quickly. First of all, I do need to dip in the next 10 minutes, Vosh. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
Oh no.
But secondly, I'm.
Why do you need to
ignorant
dip?
of the Filipino People's Revolution, People Power Revolution, rather. But I'm reading the history of it briefly, and it seems like there were some key assassinations and acts of violence that were critical to the success of that movement as well. I don't think we can really litigate that, but I think it's once again it is too simplistic to say in any particular case that non-violence dogmatically, or violence dogmatically for that matter,
True.
resulted in the efficacy of any particular movement.
Don't dip, mustard instead. Oh snap.
Violence or some event from before, and in the absence of
But
that,
true.
I cannot say, for instance, in the absence of any act of violence that allowed, like nationalistic violence, on the case of Indians long in advance of Gandhi coming out of the scene as a relevant actor, that's going to pave the way for that later movement to be successful. The adjacent
True.
attacks on the British by the Indian National Army, that's going to be a critical part of the efficacy of the anti-violent movement. And the critical problem here is that in order to say otherwise, you have to conjecture an alternate universe in which this didn't occur, in which these movements were successful in isolation from these things which were an intrinsic part
True.
of the ambience. And one of the weaknesses of a debate format like this is that none of us are going to have an encyclopedic knowledge of any of these cases. But every single one of these cases are going to be hyper-particularized by their environment, which will include the non-violent action and the violent action that each conditioned the responses by outsiders that made the movements either efficacious.
True. This is all true. Like this is why I said that the change of power in Poland was non-violent, but the build-up had violence. So you cannot call the whole thing non-violent. Of course, yeah. This is the issue. Both the violence approach dogmatically and the peaceful. Yeah, true. True.
Or made them sympathetic,
True.
etc., or made them alarming enough to even be paid attention to, etc., etc.
So I will
It's what we call a false dichotomy.
read this quote from the abstract, the role of violence and nonviolence resistance, and this was published in 2023. The balance of empirical evidence suggests that organized armed violence appears to reduce the chances for otherwise nonviolent movements to succeed, whereas unarmed collective violence.
Organized
has
armed
more
violence is very
ambiguous
specific,
effects.
though.
Yeah.
Organized armed violence is very
You
specific.
gotta let me finish this, right? I'm giving you the whole
But
quote.
it's fraught though in
whereas
being interrupted.
unarmed collective violence has more ambiguous effects. This is no way suggests that it is beneficial. It's simply more ambiguous than the violent, organized, armed violence.
This is President Sunday's window, so this is President Sunday's thing. So if we watched it on Vosh, there might be chat on the screen, because what we're seeing here now is Vosh's Discord, Discord camera window.
Resistance. So
Yeah, but
no,
But
hold
it-
on.
They
Not
literally
you.
have- wait,
If you
they
if
literally
you
have
don't
an
read
article
the
article,
dishonestly,
Nick,
I think framed
Wick.
by you, Sirius.
I'm not
If
trying
you
to
had read this,
dishonestly
Sirius,
frame.
man,
Okay.
I understand you may not be trying to, but it is. It is given this impression that is not substantive, at least by this quote.
Wait, explain what
I
that
haven't
quote
read this
means.
paper.
Explain what the quote means.
Sure. It means that whereas we could see a clear distinction where obviously armed, violent, organized militias, groups like that are detrimental to the success of a nonviolent movement. When it comes to non-armed, otherwise violent movements, the data is more mixed.
Okay.
And so, in what respect is it mixed?
I mean, academics advocating violence revolution is a bit of bad for their careers. True. Important part, Emmanuel. I mean, that is true. That is true. I mean, it's more safe to talk about violence when it comes to change. When you talk about past events. Like, nobody will. Okay, some people will. But historians have no problem saying that the suffragette movement was violent and that it worked.
mixed though, because if you read the full article,
But it's true when it comes to the modern day, yes, Emmanuel.
he talks about the different studies that have looked at
I haven't read the article to
Okay,
let you know,
so- but-
so I can't
okay,
I can't speak
and
on that. But
that's
when
fine.
you say that when I asked for the quote and you gave it to me from the abstract, that's all I can go off of because I don't have
Okay,
time
that's
to sit
fine.
here and read it.
So
we can't
maybe
get
you don't trust
quotes.
my retelling of the paper, but what I'm
don't.
saying is that okay, well, never mind then. You can.
No,
Well, I
no,
don't trust it. That's not a dig on you. That's not a dig on you.
Uh-huh.
I just don't trust anyone to tell me what a paper says. I want to read it myself,
I
right?
think he means
Okay.
he's skeptical as a baseline.
All right. Well, I mean, this is my reading of the paper is that if you look at the studies she reviews for that claim, there's a couple things. So first of all, sometimes studies have like actually contradictory conclusions. But in other cases, what she reviews is that different studies have different focuses and focus on like and have different ideas of what success or failure means, right? So in such a case, you need to weigh the long-term outcomes for yourself. It can't just be, it's not just that they disagree on effective versus not effective in the same respect. They're talking about different respects in which something might be effective. That's why it's ambiguous, is because sometimes for some movement goals, it is effective, and then for others, it's not. So that's what I mean by what I'm doing, which is taking an anti-absolutist approach, where I don't think that we should.
That's true. Only SF deals in absolutes.
Even in mostly non-violent
True.
movements, because a violent flank can have effects that are beneficial to.
That's
the
right.
overall movement.
Only SF
The
deals in
rest of it's non-violent.
absolutes.
I understand that we can never know the future, but we can know the odds. And again, if you had to bet your life and you had to bet your movement success on things, we can play the odds here.
But we can't, though. The odds are
No.
conditioned by the data, which is conditioned by how we've categorized and identified all
True.
the different elements.
Well, that's what I want to know about. Is when you talk about the violent flank, is this like are we treating like the violent flank as if it's part of a strategy? Because again, if we're talking United States in recent history, whether it was both civil rights or BLM, in both cases, you guys were saying earlier,
I
that
like-
most Americans
I like
like
this-
MLK
True.
or-
I like this point.
I haven't even
sorry.
started the point.
Okay, but you
But also that picture of MLK like in front of the burning building, be like, I'm gonna have a peaceful protest that was put out by that right-wing propagandist. Like, that all like that opinion on civil rights and MLK fell as groups started to.
This debate was hosted on Wix channel, but moderated by Vash. That might be why. Oh no, he does. Like this is we're watching this right now on President Sundays, and this is the Discord call window. Okay, so Vash's screen here is just the Discord camera view that President Sunday has on the Discord call. On his own stream, Vash does have the chat on. Yeah.
Adopt violence more
Correct.
frequently, right? Black Panthers emerged in '66. I think a couple of the old civil rights movements had started to adopt like the kind of the self-defense doctrine. And at that time, as violence was escalating, even after MLK riots, the approval of those movements started to fall. And with BLM, when the riots started, approval fell. So I feel like in the United States, that
But for example, if you
that
didn't have
fringe-
radical
Approval is not an indicator of success and failure, by the way. Approval of movements. Once again, the suffragettes did not have a staggering amount of approval.
regime change during that
that,
period.
that violent wing doesn't seem to help. It actually does seem to hinder.
No, fair enough. But by
In
the same,
that
by the same
context.
token, it wasn't efficacious in the opposite direction either. If you didn't have radical regime change, there's no reason to think that the civil rights movement wouldn't have been unefficacious for an additional few decades, maybe not more.
If you didn't have radical, can you say that again? Sorry.
Given the conditions under which the Civil Rights Act was actually put into law, there's no reason to think in the absence of that it would not have been an extensively long time. Perhaps Lyndon B. Johnson doesn't win after Kennedy, and the Civil Rights Act is never put into effect. That's a distinct possibility.
I think at that stage, I think even like that, so that is true that
Yeah.
that non-violent strategy can only last so long, right? If MLK and the civil rights movement had been ignored for another 20, 30 years, then more people are going to become pro-violence.
But
I
how do you
think
know
that's
what
from
the? Well, I think one of the problems here though is that in order to say that nonviolence as a strategy is viable, we're sort of assuming that we have somebody who has a book of references to past protests and is making a calculation.
Right. Important. Belarus 2020 protest movement seemed to have massive approval rating and yet failed. True. Because approval is not an indicator of failure or victory. Yeah. I don't know why people on the anti-violence side are fixating so much on optics and approval when they're not near being the most important thing when it comes to the victory of a movement. Would be like a movement is not an election when people just vote and approval makes the movement win. It would be cool to see you react to our reaction. We discovered why Weatherfeld can get a girlfriend towards the end. Oh, okay. Nice. We will do it on the next stream. That's a promise. Guillotine comment in his PF. You should probably change stating profile description. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. What if out has
dictating the activities of a movement, and
But
then
they
his
do.
dictations. No, they don't. And
You're
his dictations.
saying this in a hyperbolic sense,
And his
but I promise
dictations-
you,
hang on.
organizations of
And his
movements
dictation-
absolutely look towards.
Well-
No, we know
Prior
this isn't the
successful
case, right?
movement.
Because if we look at how many people talk about like local level politics in America and how these crazy fucking hockey moms have like all the power, and like they're not like, there's no organization of hockey moms saying don't be violent. They just do, they go into fucking like
Yes.
town halls and they lobby congressmen and they get quite a lot of
Well,
shit done
are you saying
in
that's
their
not
favor in their
organized?
local
That
level,
absolutely is disorganized. And in fact, one
No,
of the
but,
things.
like,
one of
so-
the
No,
things
no,
that
but it's
actually
disseminated.
organized-
Right,
The point,
yeah.
the point, though, Wick, is that the movement as a whole, which is characterized by the media as the movement as a whole,
Pokemon.
run like in 2 minutes. But the movement
Yes,
as
I think
I can tell you why, Lucy. Okay, tell me. Certicide mostly cares about the maintenance of the current state. Yep. Yeah. I agree.
we should do our closing statements then, and you should take
Yeah.
your 2 minutes to do so.
Damn.
Now.
Oh, blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, fuck,
Yeah,
hadn't
I agree.
thought of my closing statement. I guess what we haven't really seen here tonight is any strong
And that is their first primary investment, including loaner box. Yeah.
argument
agree.
against the efficacy of violent action in cases where, for example, there isn't a demonstrated advantage in terms of positive media portrayal, general popular sympathy towards the group that is protesting, etc., etc. We seem to default to sort of a dogmatic assertion that nonviolence has some intrinsic optical advantage.
Which is very interesting because this is pretty interesting because like people like loaner box. This is very interesting. Okay. You've brought up an excellent point, Karasu, and I have a question to Loner Box, Meat, Wick, and also by extension to Destiny. Okay, and to the audience here, Karasu, you have mentioned Belarus 2020, which failed, right? He ultimately doesn't care for marginalized people's rights as much as the maintenance of the current status quo. True. So, now let's look at a thing that was very violent and succeeded. 2020 Belarus failed, but do you know what succeeded? Euromaidan. That succeeded. It was pretty violent. So my question is, would Loner Box, who is anti-violence, Wick, Meat, and also Destiny, because he seemed to have had Destiny also seems to be anti-violence in this whole debate. Would they denounce Euromaidan? Would they say that it was bad because it was violent? Would they say that it was detrimental? You know? And this is interesting because I've been talking about Belarus with Anastasia very recently, and she clearly said, if you really want to achieve things, then you do Maidan. You fight for it. And that involves violence. Yeah, Maidan. So, I don't know. Would Lonerbox and all the other people who are anti-violence disavow Maidan?
Even though an optical advantage relies upon all the mechanisms that produce the optic in the first place. If you're under a situation in which your movement is held in contempt, its constituent members are held in contempt, or the media is corrupt such that it will not accurately portray your actions, your nonviolent actions have zero...
Really? Revolutions require action, requires violence? Name one time. True.
...positive effect as representations of your movement, and therefore there is absolutely no reason to attribute any kind of political advantage to that type of action in the first place.
The American Revolution had violence against tea. By the way, Belarus escalated to involve violence later in quite much of the revenge side. Yeah. God, I wish Belarus stood up now as Russia is fighting Ukraine. It would have been in my opinion, that would be such a game changer if Belarus decided to stand up now against Lukashenko. Because what is Russia really gonna divide and divert its forces to go to Belarus doing a war with Ukraine? I don't think it can afford to do it. When hackers ousted the riot, police officers identified two public after the clash down, with the knowledge that they escalate here to political, personal, targeting their people. These people, yeah. I wish that happened now. I remember George Washington was a peaceful protester leader. He wasn't a general of the American army. True.
It's not to say that we should valorize a violent action as in some way just more based, quote unquote, than non-violent action, but to take it off the table and to treat any dip into violent action as in some sense intrinsically anti-pragmatic or inefficacious is simply to condition people to cut the legs out from under their own movement if they step out of the bounds of civility politics as defined by a police state which upholds itself by violence. It is once again to prefer the violence of the state arbitrarily, implicitly, for literally no reason other than it has successfully attained a maximal level of violent efficacy, which for some reason you were not willing to allow for any other movement but the state.
True. Well said, President Sunday.
Thank you. Your hair is looking lovely today, by the way, Vosh.
Thank you for endearing yourself to the moderator.
True. I think Belarus engaging directly in the war would be catastrophic move and stuff. Oh no! I'm not saying that Belarus should engage directly in the war. No. I'm saying that Belarusian people should stand up now to dethrone Lukashenko. That's a different... That's a wholly different topic. I'm not even talking about Belarus, like, getting involved in the war. I'm talking about the people using this opportunity to stand up and say, hey, Russia is a bit busy now, so we're gonna kill you. We're just gonna kill you now. And get our country back.
Wait, go ahead.
Okay, well, you know, I don't know how to respond after that compliment, right? I will say this. it is not enough to say that nonviolence doesn't always work. Obviously, it doesn't always work. What I think I have demonstrated today, through both anecdote, intuition, and through data, is that on the whole,
Well, two of these things are pretty useless: anecdote and
World War
intuition.
II, nonviolence gets things done more effectively than violence. We have to look at what happens after the protest, what happens after the change. And again, no change is perfect. No
Oh
movement is
yeah,
perfect.
Wick has the
There's always gonna be
intuition.
Bad actors. There's always going to be violent actors in a movement, but it's how that movement responds to it that is important. Nonviolence is
Violence is when bad actors in a movement. That's such a horrendously. I guess Maidan was full of bad actors then.
both morally and effectively superior in most cases. That is not to say all cases. This is not a dogmatic approach. This is me dealing with reality as it is. I prefer stability.
That's funny.
That's what most people,
That's funny.
and that's what most people look at when they see
This is like, okay, I'm just gonna say it side by side. I have my anecdotes, I have my intuition, and I'm just approaching reality as it is. I rest my case. I don't think I even have to add anything to that. What do you even add when someone says that? Wick demonstrated his incapability to engage historical facts. See Serbia. I went to his server, asked him to, and he was playing the Moat and Bailey tactics to defend his stake. True. Gee. What a
you
shocker.
being a destabilizing force and a violent force. Generally, that turns people off of the movement. If you aren't ingratiated yet into the public, the way to ingratiate yourself into the public, which you want to do, is
Now I want to go to the Wick server and ask him, like add him and ask, do you disavow Euromaidan? Do you think Maidan was not an effective thing because it was violent? Wick is losing my charity with him because I think he's a nice guy, but I've always said that his moderation style or lack thereof. I did like him and Sunday doing their Sunday show. It was recent. Well, Wick is not a moderator here. Vosh is the moderator in this case. You know? He's not the mod here. Vosh is. In here, he's just like one of the debaters.
not through violence. You want to ingratiate
Non-time.
yourself. Yeah, you want to ingratiate yourself, and nonviolence is the answer, actually.
Thank you. Doe, go right ahead.
Sure. I think to exist as a living thing is to be a force in the world, and to be around other living things means never discounting the possibility that confrontations will intensify. As you can see.
Lucy, was the Civil War effective because it was violent? No, it wasn't. It was because I don't know. It was because people met at the table, calmly talked, debated. It was because the North and the South debated the ideas and met in the middle. Yeah, those here. So worthy to consider it if for a moment, if you can go back a little to understand what assumption backed in here. Wait, where do you want me to go back? Can you give me a time? Where do you want me to go back? And I will. Tell me where to go back to and I will. What are we listening in for? You want me to rewind it, right?
Will to be
Self, you the public, yet internally that turns people off of the move. Stabilizing force and a violent force when they see you being.
Let me see. I wonder if any of you noticed his baked in assumption. Okay, let's listen in for it.
People want is people prefer stability, rightly or wrongly. That's what, not to say all cases. This is not actively superior in most cases, and effectively superior in most cases. That is not to say all cases. This is not a dogmatic approach. This is me dealing with reality as it is.
Reality as it is. I think I know what you're talking about, but we'll see.
People prefer stability.
Okay, I think you're talking about the baked in as like is this about the stability thing? Which basically people that are comfortable already, of course, they will want the stability of the status quo. Is that the assumption?
Rightly or wrongly, that's what most people want. And that's what most people look at when they see you being a
Yeah, that's why what most people want is not an indicator of what of a movement being successful or not.
stabilizing force. Aren't ingratiated yet into the public. The way to ingratiate yourself into the public, which you want to do, is not
No, you don't.
through violence. You want to ingratiate
Non-time.
yourself. Yeah, you want to ingratiate yourself, and nonviolence is the answer, actually.
Thank you. Doe.
Was that it? The ingratiating thing to the public? That we should... The part about ingratiating this?
Yeah, you want to not through violence yourself into the public yet into the that turns people off of the movement. If you aren't ingratiated yet into the public, the way to ingratiate yourself into the public, which you want to do,
And nobody cares about ingratiating yourself into the public. Women didn't earn rights by ingratiating themselves into the public. That rights are not won that way. Well, yeah, the appeal to the majority, yeah. Yeah. And that's not how change works. The change does not work by appeal to majority. Yeah, of course. The good what the majority thinks is good. Yeah. Thinks is good. Yeah. And I think that was basically the thing that all three of them were saying. More or less, yeah. There is, yeah. I mean, that's part of the whole optics thing, isn't it? That's part of the appeal to optics as well. Women earned rights by messing with the money. Yeah, of course. That's why they speak of how it will look, what people will think. And the ingratiating thing is just completely incorrect. In fact, I would say a kind of fascist leaning of understanding that majority should be protected their interest in the good. Organist. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Agreed. Agreed. God. I'm surprised nobody said here that the will of the majority is not the indicator of a defeat or a success of a movement. So easy from which stance you can eventually reach into fascism, yeah. When this appeal to the majority more important than the marginalized people themselves. Yeah, of course, like... Oh, good night, fake Alec Hall Parker. I'm gonna be going to sleep soon as well because it's 7 a.m. Like, yeah, of course. Oh no, the LGBT people are demanding such crazy things, and the majority of the population will not stand up for that. So we should not support the LGBT. Yeah, that's literally the argument of the far right. Yeah.
is not through violence. You want to ingratiate yourself. Yeah, you want to ingratiate yourself.
You don't.
Nonviolence is the answer, actually.
Thank you. Doe.
You don't want to ingratiate yourself. I think Sunday talked about this, that often majority accepts awful things like say, yeah, of course. Yeah, he talked about this in this panel earlier, I think. Yes, he did give an example of if you live in a society when an awful thing is normalized, then most of society will see it as normal. Like slavery, yeah. And people who are slaves just meekly, calmly taking it will not make the society change its mind about it. Yeah. Which was a pretty good argument in my opinion.
Sure.
Or the ghetto. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, the worst. Yeah. I know.
Think to exist as a living thing is to be a force in the world, and to be around other living things means never discounting the possibility that confrontations will intensify. As you can see, our opponents have not shied away at all from their martyrdom beliefs. They do believe that oppressed peoples should wait, get beaten, get abused,
True.
killed, get arrested, as long as it's good for democracy. Efficiency is the name of their game. They don't care about what is right or just. They have almost not at all.
Doe is the best here, I think. Titan Uranus. Hello. Yes, hello. I think Doe is best. So I really, I need a talk with Doe. Desperately. On topics of import.
The just question in this debate. They routinely have only talked about, effectiveness at achieving their goals, which to them
Also agreed with what it's saying. Like, absolutely agreed.
is some policy change. There are far more goals. Direct action is, of course, the tactic by which you immediately get what you need by, directly. There is no mediation on the scale of the state or anything like that. If you don't want an oil pipeline there, you get rid of it. If you don't want someone to be arrested, you de-arrest them or whatever. This, of course, is not a
I love this because the example of de-arresting, it did not succeed, but the attempt was there and there was violence. The de-arresting, because a huge swath of police people were actually, a whole convoy of the police was assigned to this one non-binary person. Just keep this in perspective, okay? A whole convoy of the police was just assigned to this one non-binary person that vandalized a truck with hateful speech, which,
a blanket strategy for every context and every situation. This is just, I just believe that we have to remain allegiant to justice.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
True.
Please, Lonerbox, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I like it when people get.
And I do need to get squid on the shelf because, oh my god, the banana duck is basically like a message to me, okay? It's like a message to my heart. Look, the banana ducky. So I do need a squid somewhere on the shelf. I'm referring to a non-binary person. It was a few years back. A non-binary person in Poland vandalized a truck with hateful anti-LGBT speech and was arrested for it. And there was a whole de-arresting effort, and it led to a whole big mess and a big conversation about trans issues in Poland.
done and make improvements in people's lives. And I think it seems to be the case that in recent history, since World War II, in liberal democracies, the best way to achieve that is either through lobbying legislators or voting or protesting and engaging in civil disobedience, or, prime example, the civil rights movement. And, there will always be people saying you're not violent enough, you're too much of a pussy bitch or whatever. Actually, one person who said that to MLK was Malcolm X. Malcolm X called him a house Negro. He called him an Uncle Tom. End of the day, MLK, the people he was associated with, got the legislation passed, made one of the biggest achievements in African American history, and Malcolm X just kind of sat on the sidelines complaining that not enough crackers were getting beaten up at the protest. It's literally true. There is a time and place for violence. If you're in Ukraine and your president is literally ordering cops to fire on you.
Oh, wait. So Euromaidan was okay. Interesting. Oh, interesting, Loner Box. So Euromaidan was okay. But I thought that violence was not good. What happened? So is violence good after all, or no? Hold up, hold on.
Yeah, you should rise up. Yeah, of course. In the Weimar Republic, I know Vosh's stream likes to talk about that. A really good opportunity there when democracy had effectively been killed by the Papen coup in 32. That was like a perfect opportunity for socialists and social democrats and communists, of whom there were plenty, armed, to stand up.
Wait, so violence bad except when it's good? Is that the takeaway here? Violence bad unless it's good. If being ingratiated to the public was the same as victory, so many things would be better in America. By the way, on BLM National Guards has been sent out, even shoot at people. We have evidence of this. Yep, we do. Even if reporters were arrested. Yeah, don't think I forgot the moment in the protests when reporters' equipment was confiscated by the police and the reporters were detained. I remember that. Are you contradicting yourself, Loner Box? Violence is bad unless the outcome is positive. Amazing. Why did he go to that example even though? This whole train of thought is just... There was one case where National Guards called in and enforced by shots, people staying home. Yep, there was this famous video when people were standing in front of their door at the porch or something, and the police shot a flare at them or something. We've been seeing in record one reporter was shot too at their direction. Yeah, and the people in front of their house were just shot a flare at. So was the rise then justified? Exactly. It's just so weird. Violence is bad unless it's good.
He didn't, because the KPD were a bunch of tanky dumb fucks who actually wanted to destroy Weimar democracy along with fucking the Nazis. So, yeah, there's a time and place for violence. I don't think America in 2023 is necessarily it. If you wanted...
Wait! I'm sorry, Loner Box. The question, the topic of this panel was not, is America in 2023 a place for violence? No. The question was, does violence create change or not? And you were in the no it doesn't camp. You were in the peaceful protests are a better guarantor of positive change. And now you're sort of retreating to this violence is bad unless it's good. Yeah, that was during the protests when cops shot at people who were on their porch just chilling. Paintball guns. This is what I'm talking about, yes. Majority option is not a static thing. Yeah. National Guard shot at them. Violence bad unless good. It's true. More so, violence is bad, but good when it's successful. True. True. Just be successful. Forehead.
A protester, just bear in mind it's like a felony charge. It can get you up to 40 years in jail.
Just be
It's pretty easy to tell
successful.
other people to do that, but just take care, right? Know the
Maybe
risks.
so.
Weird
reference.
slight. Very weird slight.
It's not
All right.
weird. It's direct.
Thank you. Sirius, please.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have that much more to add. I think that we should always be open to any given tactic at any given time. We shouldn't preclude ourselves from violence just because, like, some people find it a little bit icky. I agree with, like, I'm pretty sympathetic, maybe more so even than President Sunday and Doe, to, like, talks of efficiency and that kind of stuff. But it's not always going to be the case that nonviolence
I don't know either.
is the best strategy, and we should never, like, take something off.
You see how the majority appeal and status quo is the most important for him, even in case when marginalized people get oppressed. True. Write your autobiography, Titan.
Off the table categorically. That's all I'm advocating for, is that we should not categorically take violence off the table. And that, even when there is nonviolent protest, it's not an all or nothing deal. It's not the case that an overall nonviolent movement is always can't benefit from having
I'm gonna write a gigliography.
in some cases. That's all.
Thank you. And finally, Professor Meat, go ahead.
Oh god.
There's been, as far as I can tell, there's been a lot of conflation of terms, a lot of ambiguating of terms here. I guess I'll just say, like, whether it's the word violence or the word protest.
Sirius is best when he's relying on ingrained knowledge because he's really smart.
Like, if we're talking about violent versus nonviolent protesting, like, protesting is ingratiation. Like, you're trying to get people on your side, you're trying to get your message out there, you're trying to get people...
No! That's bullshit. I'm sorry. Okay. You just said Sirius is best when he's relying on ingrained knowledge because he's really smart. Professor Meat is the opposite of that. The opposite of really smart. Protesting is ingratiation. I don't know what to say to that. Somyo, because Lunenburg's ultimate interest is his own self and not the subject matter in most cases, in this appeal to status quo. This is the second time tonight it has been suggested I write an autobiography. You should, Titan. True. Oh my god. I don't know what to say to this. I really don't know what to say to this. I will get a squid and a duck for my background. True. I must get a squid and the thing that you use for your thing, which I'm not sure yet what it is.
agree with you. You're trying to get people to want to pass a certain policy, for a certain leader to resign. It's some form of ingratiation. If you're saying that you're trying to do a revolution, well, that's not a protest. There may be protesting happening at the same time, but the revolution itself is not protest. If you're...
What do you mean? Oh my god. Oh my god. Also, we talked earlier, Titan, about Netherlands, and you mentioned a similar image. I always pictured you more the lead singer, but oh. Oh god. It's not over yet.
Or saying that there's an authoritarian regime that is literally forcefully preventing you, literally, authoritatively, forcefully preventing you from protesting. Well, forcefully allowing yourself to protest is different than protesting.
Like, what? Are you an idiot? I need to hear that again.
Like these acts are happening at the same time. Forcefully allowing yourself to protest is different than protest.
Forcefully allowing yourself to protest. I know, Karas, I know. I just like to read.
Protesting. Like these acts are happening at the same side. I know it might seem like I'm being nitpicky, but fundamentally these are technically different things. And in the case of protest,
No. Oh my God, no.
in the case of ingratiation,
Protest is when ingratiation. This is the stupidest thing I've heard. This is what I said, that this person is the weakest link, okay? This is exactly what I said. This person is the weakest link on the anti-violence side. Violence is always bad unless we have historical hindsight to tell us it would have been good. True. He just tried to act smart, but saying the dumbest thing ever. True.
listen, I'm not fundamentally against violence as some axiom either. I actually think I'm probably
Oh, good. You've grounded your axioms. Good. Oh my God.
more comfortable in theory, morally, with the idea of violence, probably with the other people on my team over here. But the thing is that we're talking about categorically versus non-categorically.
What? No, we're not.
Excluding things.
Categorically versus non-categorically. No, what? Who said that? Wait, who said that? Categorically versus non-categorically. Everybody keeps saying that they're against categorically sort of assigning anything as the good thing. That is what basically everybody here said to some extent.
Things. The problem is that when it comes to a society that are not fitting these authoritative prerequisites, where force in the ways that me and Wick and Lonerbox would use the term, not in the most ambiguated way, when literal force and if you're existing within an actual authoritative regime, then if you're existing outside of those bounds, then you are sort of putting yourself outside the category of violence being effective in protest.
What?
Because the great thing about societies that are not authoritarian regimes, are that they're sort of based upon the more liberal ideals that all societies tend towards over time, which is cooperation.
That means nothing. That means nothing.
Okay. And for my part, my opinion is that all violence is bad all the time. I'm not a threat to the United States or her interests. And my only moral position at all is that crimes are wrong.
Before you go, my chat is dying to know, how's the cat?
He's doing wonderfully. Perfectly healthy.
Hell yeah.
Hey, thank you for the mostly peaceful debate.
I thank you all very much.
My people are moving into position as we speak.
For coming out. I hope you all.
Also, I have to change the title again of the stream. For the last time today, I'm going to change the title of the stream. There we go. That's the final change of the title. There we go. My final change in the title. Do societies actually tend towards cooperation? Is that even... No.
Have a good night.
That sounds lovely, though. It really sounds lovely, though.
It's Mars. Take care.
You too.
Thanks, guys.
Everyone have a good one. Take care.
Cheerio.
Bye.
I dislike violence intensely and can't think of a few circumstances apart from self-defense where it is, if not appropriate, inevitable. Same Titan, yeah, I am quite much a pacifist in my life, but I understand that violence might be necessary. Yeah, true.